This is a job. This is NYPD. Job. The NYPD. Job. The NYPD. If you're 21 or over with 2 years of college or 2 years of active military service, join us now. Call 212-RECRUIT to become a New York City police officer. It's not just a job, it's the NYPD.
Pat Kernan with the New York 1 Minute. It is primary day. Nearly 200 candidates are on various ballots around the city. The most notable citywide race is the Democratic battle for mayor. Recent polls have shown Mark Green and Fernando Ferrer in a dead heat. Alan Hevesy and Peter Vallone have lagged behind. On the Republican side, polls show Michael Bloomberg with a sizable lead over Herman Badillo. Other races include public advocate and controller. New York 1 will have coverage throughout the day and wall-to-wall coverage of the results tonight. A man and a woman have been hospitalized in Queens after being shot inside a parking garage. Police say they were involved in a fight and gunfire erupted. More insecticide spraying to combat the West Nile virus on Staten Island has been ordered. Aerial spraying scheduled for later this week. Teachers at 10 city Catholic high schools say they're ready to strike. They're looking for a pay increase and better benefits. And if you're a Knicks season ticket holder, opening night at the Garden could be special this year. Michael Jordan's all but confirmed a comeback. We will have more on our top stories. We'll also update the morning commute. But first, here's a check of the forecast. Humidity is low today, so we are going to escape the kind of rain that we saw yesterday. It'll be mostly sunny today, a high of 82. Clear skies tonight, mostly sunny tomorrow. We'll get up to 78. Turns mostly cloudy on Thursday, though. Chance of showers, 76 degrees. And much cooler Friday and Saturday. On Friday, partly sunny and 70 degrees. A high of only 69 on Saturday. Here in New York 1, you can get weather updates up to 12 times an hour. The campaigning, speeches, TV ads are over for the moment, although they may start up again tomorrow. But for now, it is the primary, and dozens of races citywide are at stake today. It is Election Day. New York 1's John Schumo begins our coverage this morning with the details about what's going on at the polls. John?
Good morning, Pat. Certainly there is a lot at stake. Nearly 250 candidates are seeking office on this primary day. More than 35 council seats are up. The public advocate is up, the city controller up, and of course the mayor, the one race that's getting most of the attention. Also, 4 of the 5 borough president races also facing primaries today. We are here at the Asher Levy Pool and Recreation Center on the east side of Manhattan. As of 8 o'clock this morning, only 99 people had voted. Now, in this district, there are 2,700 eligible voters. The man running the show down here, the coordinator of this turnout here, said it's average to poor turnout so far this morning. And I've been speaking with voters outside this polling location, and yes, they're painting a very dismal picture of how the candidates inspired them during the course of this campaign season.
The usual hollow promises, most of which they're not going to be able to keep, but we're going to try hard to help them.
A skeptical voter.
No, realistic voter. I mean, you can't have a great teacher in every classroom and do all the things they all promised.
No one is saying anything that stands out. I mean, for me, my main concern is housing. I mean, our rent is going up. And for education, I just took my kid out of public school and I'm a teacher. So you add it up.
I'm uninspired. I voted for mayor and I voted for controller and city advocate, but uninspired.
And why is that?
Because none of them have any charisma. None of them have any dynamics, and that's what I'm looking for. And
you didn't find it?
No, not in any of the candidates. But I'm here because it's my duty to vote.
Of course, it is that man's duty to vote. You must be over 18 years of age. You must be a U.S. citizen. And, of course, you need to be registered in a party to vote today during the primary. I want to show you what the ballot looks like if you're going to go inside your voting booth. This is what you can expect to see. This is a uniform procedure throughout the 5 boroughs. First column, you'll see the Democratic candidates for mayor. Peter Vallone, Fernando Ferrer, Mark Green, Alan Hevesy, and George Spitz. Below that, you will then see the Democratic candidates for public advocate. And below that, down here, the Democratic candidates for comptroller. Up here in the second column will be your individual council district. We're here in Councilmanic District number 4. Each district, there are 51 of them, will have their own specific names listed here if indeed their district is up for this primary. The third and the fourth columns are for the delegates for judge, for the judicial convention. Now, are we in a Democratic city? I want to come over here and show you the little pink one here for the Republican candidates for mayor. There are only 2 of them. That's all you'll find on the Republican ballot. Of course, Mr. Michael Bloomberg and Mr. Herman Badillo. The polls opened at 6 this morning. They will be open until 9 tonight. So far, as the gentleman who is coordinating this effort down here at Asher Levy said, it is average to poor turnout. Of course, we'll be monitoring this all day long. For now, the reporting here from the east side of Manhattan, I'm John Schumo. Pat, let's go back to you in the newsroom.
Okay, John, thank you. On their last big campaign swings, all of the candidates crisscrossed the city. Yesterday, Mark Green spent his final hours courting the black vote in Brooklyn and Harlem. Green focused on his likely runoff challenger, Fernando Ferrer, accusing Ferrer of changing positions on major issues.
I simply commented on the fact that he was anti-choice and pro-death penalty in 1997, and happily has a different position in 2001.
Green ended his day by dining with prospective voters at Junior's restaurant in Brooklyn. Fernando Ferrer looked to win support from the city's Jewish voters in his final campaign push. Ferrer reached out to the Satmar community in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and received a blessing from their Grand Rebbe. The move was aimed to address criticism he's too focused on black and Latino voters.
He's a very holy man. He's an eminent man, and I thought it was appropriate. I mean, look, if you're gonna, if you wish and aspire to represent all of New York, this is a door on which you must knock.
Ferrer ended his day at Local 1199 for a final pre-primary rally. Trailing in the polls, Alan Hevesy made his last campaign hours count. The city controller zeroed in on likely primary voters, including the elderly at a senior center in Manhattan. He also talked to parents in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn. Hevesy says don't count him out just yet.
The number of people saying we're for you was very, very encouraging. I believe we're going to win this race. I think we're getting in a runoff and we're going to win this race.
The latest polls show Hevesy trailing front-runners Ferrer and Green by at least 10 points. Peter Vallone got an early start on his day. He cast his vote this morning at a school in Astoria before heading out for one final campaign day with stops planned in Queens and Manhattan. Yesterday, the city council speaker was looking for support in all 5 boroughs. He continued his attack against Fernando Ferrer's theme of 2 New Yorks while trying to get people to come out and vote. Vallone focused on getting his own supporters out.
Every single vote counts. And I've been underestimated my entire life in terms of my public life. And I think that's the advantage I have going into this.
He is behind in the polls, but Vallone says he's confident he will be back for a runoff in 2 weeks. The Republican contenders for mayor have been busy trying to encourage New Yorkers to get to the polls. Michael Bloomberg attended several get-out-the-vote rallies yesterday, including one in the Bronx. He appeared at a senior center with State Senator Guy Villela, who earlier had endorsed Herman Badillo. Bloomberg continued to defend himself on a booklet that critics charge attacks many different groups. Bloomberg maintains the whole thing was a joke.
People said that that's what dirty politics is all about, and if it is, it is. There's nothing else I can say about it. I've never read it. I was given it 10 years ago as a gag, and probably never saw it after that day.
Badillo made a final push for GOP voters in the party's stronghold of Staten Island yesterday. He also continued to hammer away at Bloomberg over the controversial booklet.
I know as a lawyer that there's no confidentiality agreement that protects an employer from being racist and sexist and anti-gay.
Recent polls show Badillo trailing Bloomberg among Republican voters by a wide margin. Much attention's focused on the mayor's race, but there are 2 other big citywide races. 7 candidates are vying for the Democratic nomination for public advocate. They are City Councilman Stephen DeVrienza, former Parks Commissioner Betsy Gottbaum, State Assemblyman Scott Stringer, Civil Liberties Advocate Norman Siegel, salsa singer Willie Colon, Councilwoman Catherine Freed, and speech pathologist Sheila Flaxman. 2 Democrats are competing for the post of city controller. former Board of Education President Bill Thompson and City Councilman Herb Berman.
Good morning, New York. I'm Kat Greenleaf, back with another look at your commute. Subways continue to be great, on or close to schedule. No problems or delays so far this morning. Inbound Gowanus, traffic is heavy right now from the Belt Parkway merge all the way to the Brooklyn Bridge. Your southbound BQE slow from the LIE out to the Williamsburg. Outbound Gowanus past the Prospect, there is a crash now blocking the left lane. Northbound FDR, heavy traffic from the Brooklyn Bridge to Houston, where that crash is cleared, and then you're slow from the 30s to the 59th Street Bridge, where there is an accident on the shoulder. Southbound Harlem River Drive, slow from the 140s down to the 70s. Eastbound Staten Island Expressway at Clove Road, that accident is still out there. They're trying to get it cleared away. Eastbound on the Belt at Rockaway Boulevard, that earlier crash has been cleared. Westbound Belt typically slow right now, passing JFK all the way to the Knapp Street, where that earlier crash has cleared. Don't forget, street cleaning rules are in effect today citywide, so do be careful as you park your car. That's the latest Rail and Road Report. Kat Greenleaf, New York 1.
Hey, don't walk like a cop, all right?
You say you're serious about doing some good in the real world. Well, this is the place to learn.
Even those sworn to protect
Please get away from the door!
are human.
What's wrong with street justice?
Oh, just let the animals wipe themselves out.
God willing.
Even those dedicated to keeping the peace can cross the line.
That's what I'm talking about.
Denzel Washington.
You think I'm crazy, right?
Ethan Hawke.
I think you're a road cop.
Training Day. Rated R. Starts September 21st.
For mayor, New York's teachers and tenants endorse Controller Alan Hevesy. Why? Career educator Alan Hevesy has the best education record and the plan to fix our schools. And tenants can count on him to save rent protection. Pro-choice, Alan Hevesy saved the city's drinking water, protected nursing home patients, and won Holocaust restitution. Smart and caring, Alan Hevesy's tough enough to take Rudy's place. Democrat Alan Hevesy, most experienced, best qualified.
Time for weather on the ones. A cooling trend later this week, but it'll be mostly sunny and quite nice today. Our high 82, northwest wind at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Skies will be crystal clear tonight and a pleasant low temperature of 62. You might be able to give that air conditioner a rest. The wind tonight north of 10 miles per hour. Tomorrow mostly sunny, seasonable high temperature of 78 degrees. Take a look at our 5-day forecast now, and you can see that it is going to get cooler toward the end of the week. On Thursday, chance of showers 76 degrees. Friday and Saturday, high temperatures right around 70. Here's a traveler's forecast now. Conditions and expected high temperatures in selected cities across the nation. Remember, here in New York 1, weather on the ones comes every 10 minutes.
In the Papers is sponsored by 1-800-SLEEPYS. Sleepy's, the mattress professionals, home of the incredible price guarantee.
Here's a look at what's in the Tuesday papers. Election coverage seems the obvious place to start today, so we will begin with the front page of the Times. Great selection of photographs here on the front page of the Times. Top left, Fernando Ferrer, then over to Peter Vallone, and then on the second line you see Mark Green and Alan Hevesy, all at various campaign events throughout the city yesterday. The Times, as with all the papers, recapped its endorsements this morning on the editorial page. Mark Green was the Times choice for mayor. The Times has the most comprehensive list of endorsements, right down to all of the individual council races. The Daily News endorsed Peter Vallone on the Republican side, Michael Bloomberg for the GOP. In the Post, it was an endorsement for Peter Vallone. And Newsday made its call for Alan Hevesy on the Democratic side and for Michael Bloomberg for the Republicans. Let me show you the front page of Newsday. It is a tease to the primary coverage inside. The headline is Pick'em. Page A4 of Newsday, already looking ahead to what's next for Alan Hevesy. If the polls are right and Hevesy fails to advance to a runoff, then he would still be on the ballot on the liberal line. However, one top Democrat interviewed by Newsday says if Hevesy aspires to run for any office in the future, he would best not campaign on the liberal ticket, but rather throw his support behind the Democratic winner. To the front page of the Post, the headline is Green's primary colors. The Post positioning Mark Green as the candidate to beat tonight. Interesting feature on page 5 of the Post. Photographer Tamara Beckwith lined up 8 residents of Cobble Hill for this shot, and all of them in the captions explain who they're going to vote for. 4 of them already decided, committed to Mark Green, 1 for Vallone, 1 for Hevesy, and 2 of the people in this photo undecided. Elsewhere in the Post, now, did you know there's a little battery in your Easy Pass. Apparently it's supposed to last 10 years, but some people have been having trouble with their Easy Pass batteries after just 3 years. If the battery goes dead, you don't find out until you pull into the Easy Pass lane, and then you get the full toll evader treatment with the guy in the orange vest coming over and giving you heck for trying to avoid the toll. I mean, eventually you'll work things out, but it's an inconvenience. State officials say they're looking into this. New York Pulse section, strip away the flab. Exercise class at Crunch Fitness called Cardio Striptease. Based on the popular moves of striptease, says instructor Jeff Costa, you grind your hips, you isolate your pelvis, you peel off your clothes. Not all of them, but some of them. Front page of the Daily News this morning. The headline is Cops Bag Panther. I got to look at this from a distance at first and thought this was one of those animal rescue stories. In fact, a reference to a Black Panther splinter group blamed for a 1971 gun battle on Broadway. 30 years later, investigators figured this out, tracked down a Mount Vernon school teacher named Patrick Critton and arrested him. Page 2 of the Daily News, the latest effort to make Queens Boulevard safer. They put up barricades on between the 70th Road and Union Turnpike to try to discourage people from crossing in the middle of a block. Catholic teachers. That possible strike continues to loom over the Catholic high schools in the city. Interesting table up there at the top. The average salary for a Catholic teacher in the city, $32,000. That compares to the average city public school teacher salary of $49,000. Troubled times for Whitney Houston. In the Daily News this morning, word that she canceled her appearance at the second of the Michael Jackson concerts last night. She looked horrible on Friday when she played the concert. Those who were there said she appeared skeletal and frail and was moving stiffly. The Daily News cites sources close to Houston who say the problem is drugs and, more specifically, a refusal to do anything about it. To the New York Times now. On the front page of the Times, below the fold, is this story about a topic close to our hearts. Morning television and morning news in particular. A hot market, according to the Times. I could have told you that. The reason that morning news is so hot is changing demographics. The fact is people just don't have time to watch the evening news like they used to, but morning news tends to be a time when there are quality viewers available and there isn't a lot on other channels, so they tend to find their way to news programs. The catalyst for the story is the decision last week by CNN to hire Paula Zahn to host a new morning show in the tradition of the network morning shows, and the Times illustrates how important this is to CNN by pointing out that her salary will be the most money by far that CNN has ever paid for an anchor. Reminder of our disclosure here that CNN, of course, is, as New York One is, part of the AOL Time Warner family. Also on the front page of the Times, school dress codes versus a sea of bare flesh. The fashions for this fall, girls in particular, are proving a challenge for schools as they try to put in reasonable dress codes for kids. Rules like you can't bare your midriff. One school came up with you can't use spaghetti straps. You have to have straps that are 1.5 inches wide. And then girls started showing up in these one-shoulder tops, so then they had to amend the dress code again to say that your 1.5 inch straps have to be on both shoulders. One principal says, we set a thing that shorts had to have at least a 5-inch inseam, but nobody could find shorts that had a 5-inch inseam, so we had to rescind that rule because we would have had to make them all shop at Talbot's. She said it was the only place where they had 5-inch inseams. Science Times section, a look at dental implants this morning, increasingly used as an alternative to dentures, expensive but said to be a very successful procedure. An interesting feature on the second page of the sports section of the Times. Bronx-born Judy Israel, one of the top professionals in the world of bass fishing. A world dominated by men to the point that they called them bass fishermen, except they asked her, should we call you a fisher woman, fisher person? She says, call me an angler. It's a gender-neutral term for the fisher people. That's what's in the papers on this Tuesday morning. Here's a quick look at the forecast. Temperatures rising to 82 degrees today. Sunshine this morning, some clouds this afternoon. More details coming up in Weather on the Ones.
Sleepy's amazing one-day mattress sale is tomorrow, 10 to 9. Your chance to save 20% on famous brand mattresses like Sealy, Simmons, Serta, and more. That's an extra 20% off other stores' advertised prices, or get the mattress free plus $500. Finance and pay no interest for 6 months. Get delivery everywhere, every day. Plus great premium bonus offers. That's Sleepy's one-day sale.
Just Sleepy's for the rest of your life.
Shop tomorrow, 10 to 9. This edition of Today in New York City History is sponsored by New York Presbyterian Hospital, the University Hospitals of Columbia and Cornell. Call 1-877-NYP-WELL or visit our website at www.nyp.org.
On September 11th, in 1850, Jenny Lind, the singer dubbed the Swedish Nightingale, makes her American debut before a sellout crowd at Castle Garden. And in 1967, despite a temporary restraining order, city teachers go out on strike on the first day of the new school year. They stay out until September 29th. That's Today in New York City history.
This is a live picture from our camera on the Empire State Building looking toward the World Trade Center. A 3-alarm fire and a report of an explosion somewhere in the World Trade Center. You can see the plume of smoke from the top of one of the World Trade Center towers. And this has just come into us, word of this incident at the World Trade Center. The fire department responding with a large number of crews to the World Trade Center. I don't have a lot more detail on this than that at the moment, but you can see, obviously, there's a lot of smoke there. And at that height of the World Trade Center, obviously, a very difficult fire to fight. We have someone in the area who's seen some of this happen. George Shea is on the telephone. George, tell me what your vantage point is and what do you know about this place?
I'm on West Street, right out of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, and I was driving in, and I heard an enormous explosion. Then I heard another enormous explosion, and it scared me. I looked out the window, and an enormous tire, what appeared to be a tire, smashed down on the street in front of me, and I looked out, and there was an enormous amount of debris, and we were about 2 or 3 or 4 blocks down from the World Trade Center. If this is the northern building in the World Trade Center, there was an enormous amount of debris, and I yelled to the guy in the car, let me out, and I ran back. A gentleman next to me had been hit by debris, and it appears to be about 20 stories from the top on the west side of the northern World Trade Building, and it appears that an entire floor or two have been blown out, and it was the scariest thing I've ever seen.
So Georgia, what's your location now? I mean, what can you see at this moment?
I'm on West Street, facing north, about 4 or 5 blocks below the World Trade Towers, and I ran further down. And there's an enormous amount of smoke pouring out of the building. It appears to be on the west and south sides of the World Trade Tower. As I said, about 20 or 30 stories down. I don't know how many stories are in the building, but about 85 or 90% up the building. And if anybody was up there, it's going to be very, very scary because an enormous amount of damage.
George, I want you to stay on the line with me because this is some important information for us, but I'm just getting word from our assignment desk that we have information that a plane has crashed into the side of the World Trade Center, and I do not know any more about what type of airplane it is or how this happened. George Shea, again, a witness who's been in the area and heard this explosion. George, would that be consistent with what you heard?
It would only be speculation, but it would explain why a wheel crashed on West Street about 15 or 20 feet from the car that I was in. Otherwise, where would that wheel have come from? Because this is not anywhere near the ground. This is very, very far up in the air. So if that's true, it would appear that the wheel was thrown about 4 blocks south. And it's from my position, I can see on the south and west side of the building that there appears to be damage, and perhaps it actually struck the south portion of that building.
Again, if you're just joining us, I'm on the phone with George Shea, who was traveling on the ground just out of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel in the area of the World Trade Center when he heard an explosion, and George has been kind enough to call us with some of the information about this incident as we look at live pictures of the World Trade Center. An airplane crashing into the side of the World Trade Center. This happening, as far as I can tell, about 10 minutes ago, and live pictures from the scene. George, again, tell me, you saw a wheel drop to the street in front of you?
It was absolutely shocking. You can imagine everybody was just sort of driving north on West Street below, up into Manhattan, and it was very sort of typical moderate traffic. And then suddenly there was an enormous explosion, and it appeared another explosion, if I recall correctly. And then literally I looked out, I wasn't certain what it was, and a wheel crashed onto the street about 10 or 15 feet from the car that I was in, and it scared me to death. And I jumped out of the car. Everybody else was jumping out of cars and running south away from it, and there was additional debris sort of raining down, and it was very confusing, and I think everybody immediately assumed it was a bomb, and I couldn't reconcile why there would have been a wheel unless for some, it made no sense. But I did see a wheel, and now the police have sort of blocked off the entire area, and people are, standing well away from the building. But immediately following the explosion, people were just running south, fearing that there'd be additional, explosions.
George, and again, if you can tell me your location, and are they now moving people out of the area? Is there some sort of evacuation in that area?
Well, the police responded immediately. It was astounding, but I mean, they are now doing that. They've moved the cars out, and I'm at, right, sort of almost down to the bottom of Battery Park City. I can't see the street, but it's right where the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel empties out onto West Street, and it's about 5 blocks down from the World Trade Center.
George Shea, I appreciate you calling us this morning with this information. I'm going to let you go and speak to somebody else. I'd appreciate it, though, if you'd just stay on the line or give our producers a call back and let us know how we can stay in touch with you if we do need some more information from your location.
Very good.
Thank you very much for calling us. Also on the line for us this morning, Steve Sterling, who was in the area as well and has called us with some information. Steve, can you hear me? Steve, are you there? All right, I was told that we had Steve Sterling. Steve, let me try once more. Are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Tell me what your location is and what you've seen.
We're on Beach Street between Hudson and Greenwich, 6 floors up in a warehouse loft, and we're about 6 blocks north of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Just so happens we have breakfast at this window which looks at the World Trade Centers, which is usually a pretty glorious sight. Now it's one of the most frightening things I've ever seen. But we were just sitting there and heard, what was obviously a very fast, very low flying aircraft. And I had just said to my wife, wow, that must be a military plane or something. Although it sounded like a propeller airplane, but you can see from where we're looking that you can see the exact imprint of the airplane. So when we looked up, we literally, at the very second, saw this plane just plow into the building, a huge plume of fire, which I assume was the fuel from the airplane. But if you look at the World Trade Center from our vantage point, you can actually just see a complete outline of an airplane making a left bank.
Steve, do you have any idea what type of plane it was? Was it a large plane?
No, I'm really guessing, but I would say it was a single-engine propeller plane. At first, I thought it was a jet, just because we could hear it from the north end of our building coming across. But it seemed like it must have been a very, very high-speed propeller plane because it just had the sound of that. But I really can't be sure.
Now,
but we were able to see, I mean, literally when we looked up, the huge plume of smoke, and then we could see the impact blew out the windows on the southwest corner. And the fire is now burning on floors above where the initial impact was, and it's coming up, all through the building. It's real. I still have chills. It's the most staggering sight I've ever seen, and I can't imagine what was going on, but that plane was really traveling at high speed. I mean, the only times we've ever heard aircraft fly over us like that are usually during some sort of, military exhibition on the Hudson River, but it was really going fast. And obviously very low. I mean, I don't know, what pictures you're seeing, but the World Trade Center is about 110 stories, and it's really only about a fourth of the way down from the top, so...
Steve, stay with me here, and you said you weren't sure what pictures we're looking at. We've got quite a wide shot of the World Trade Center. It's the view from our camera at the Empire State Building. When I saw a closer shot a few moments ago, there is a tremendous amount of damage on two sides, almost as though the debris of the plane moved into the Trade Center tower from one side and literally sort of crashed out the other side. And the witness,
where we're looking at it, you can see a hole. There's like it's literally the silhouette of a left banking airplane plugged through, and also if you see on the southwest corner of the building, when it hit, we saw actually either the pressure or the airplane, the impact of the airplane or momentum of it, just blow out the other side. So we can't see the south-facing side. I can tell a lot of smoke's coming up, and we're actually zoomed in on our video cameras shooting it now. But as soon as that thing hit, it was a huge fireball. I mean, bigger than the top of the building, and then everything was pushing out the other side of the building. And from where we look, I hope it's an optical illusion, but it really looks like the World Trade Center, the North Tower, is bending to the west, and certainly the debris that's pushing out from the west-facing wall is all the way up to the top of the building.
Are you in any position, Steve, to see what sort of evacuation's going on there now?
No, we were seeing, we were looking through, we were seeing fire starting on various floors around the actual, the hole that the craft made in the building. But we couldn't see any people or anything, but we saw tremendous debris from, just all kinds of bits of things just literally just burst out of the building once the fireball subsided.
Again, I'm on the phone with Steve Sterling, one of several eyewitnesses who has called us after seeing this plane crash at the World Trade Center. Steve, are you still there?
Yes.
Let me ask you one more question before I let you go. We've been looking at shots of the north face of the World Trade Center, and I can see damage on the western-facing side of the building as well. Which side of the building was the initial impact on?
On the north side. If you can see the north side, if you look to the lower section, you literally can see from lower left to upper right. If you can imagine it, it really, to us right here, looks like the impact of wings with a center fuselage. It's as if you drew the outline of a single-engine airplane onto the building. It looks like from here that it just plowed right in on a left banking turn.
Steve Sterling, another of the eyewitnesses, has called us with information. Thank you very much for your comments, Steve. We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
World Trade Center, 110 stories tall, built in 1973. As you look down at the World Trade Center buildings, you see that it is one World Trade Center that is the one where the impact was. One World Trade Center is the one with the large television antenna on it. And the restaurant windows on the World is in that tower. The other one is the one with the observation deck. At this point, the Associated Press with a story that says there is no report of any casualties, without jumping to too many conclusions, looking at the extent of this damage and knowing how well populated that building is. Now there's another explosion down to the left side on the second World Trade Center tower. You see that huge ball of fire that just went up there. I know it's quite a distant shot, but that looked to me to be happening at number 2 World Trade Center, at the second World Trade Center tower, and it is at some distance there. But this is now a dramatic development on the second World Trade Center tower, and I can't imagine that there would not be a serious evacuation and a full mobilization now, emergency command center and so forth, as the fire department moves as much equipment as possible to the World Trade Center. If I can get our crews to take a bit of the tape, I'd like to see that explosion again from about 30 seconds ago, if we could, if we can get that back, because it had looked as though this was confined to one of the World Trade Center towers, but now with that explosion a moment ago, it's not clear what's happening, because as we looked at that impact, it appeared that this was happening just at the number 1 World Trade Center tower, but that explosion, clearly as I saw it on that distant shot, came from 2 World Trade Center tower, and we now have a mobilization at both of the World Trade Center towers. Again, World Trade Center built in 1973, 110 stories tall. This building, of course, the scene of the explosion, the bombing there many years ago, but this is like nothing that has been seen at the World Trade Center. We have that tape now. This is about a minute and a half ago. Watch on the left side on the number 2 World Trade Center tower. Again, as I said, that shot at some distance, but that explosion coming through the World Trade Center tower has now ripped a second hole in the World Trade Center tower, and the fire department back on the scene. This is live pictures now. Do we have another eyewitness on the telephone? World Trade Center, 1,362 feet tall. They are the tallest 2 buildings in New York. Number 1 World Trade Center is the one with the television antenna on it. That's where we saw the initial impact after this plane crash at the World Trade Center, and we're trying to ascertain at this point what would have caused that massive explosion that ripped through number 2 World Trade Center, the tower on the left, just a few moments ago. It was 1993 when the terrorist bomb ripped about a 200-foot crater at the lower levels of the World Trade Center. There are about 40,000 people working in the World Trade Center, and with this happening sometime about 8:45, okay, well, we may have an explanation now. I'm sorry, I'm just getting some information. We may have an explanation for what happened there when we saw that second explosion, because the towers are far enough apart that you would think they were independent. We have 2 of our people responding to the area saying that they saw another aircraft crash into the other tower of the World Trade Center. I don't know at this point whether that would be a plane that was in the area, whether it would be a news helicopter or a police helicopter or something like that, but that's the word we're getting now, is that after all of this, after the mayhem going on at 1 World Trade Center, there was a second aircraft that crashed into the other World Trade Center tower, and that explains that explosion of a moment ago. Again, this is coming in from a couple of our New York 1 employees who are responding to the area, and I want to get back again to that shot, if we can, of a moment ago, just before we saw that explosion at the
Deserve special treatment.
Numbers of EMS, like emergency vehicles, fire trucks, police vehicles, ESU, everything. Everyone you can imagine is on their way there. You can hear the sirens and we were right off the side. So I'm assuming that whomever was in the building at that point, and if there's anybody that needs to be taken to the hospital, they're well on their way because the sirens are blaring.
Okay, Amanda, see if you can get any closer and get together with our other crews there, and we'll be back to you. I appreciate the comments, though. Again, to recap here, not one but now two planes have crashed into the World Trade Center towers. It was about 8:45 that a plane ripped into the tower at One World Trade Center, the one on the right side of your screen. And to my eye, this would have happened about 90 or 100 stories up. The building is 110 stories tall, and the plane appears to have struck somewhere between 90 and 100 stories. Then, I would say right about 9 o'clock, there was a second plane crashed into number 2 World Trade Center, and as you just heard, this did not appear to be accidental, in that the plane was in control and made a course directly for that tower. At least that's the account of those who have seen it and reported back to us. We've got another eyewitness on the telephone, and I'm sorry, but I'm speaking and not able to get the name at the same time. Who's on the line with me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Bruce?
Yes, Bruce Pfeffer.
Bruce, thank you for calling in for us. Tell me what your vantage point is for all of this and what you've been seeing over the past 30 minutes.
Well, I was running in Battery Park City along the river when the first crash happened. And at first I thought it was a sonic boom from a jet, because you can hear the jet first and then the crash or the explosion. And I didn't even look up because I thought it was just a jet and a sonic boom. And then another jogger along the river who was looking up started screaming, "Oh my God." And so I looked up, and there were huge fireballs coming out of the World Trade Center. Then a few minutes later, I came home. I live in Battery Park City, and I was watching NY1, and I was actually calling to try to get through to you. And I heard the second jet flying very low overhead, and then another boom, another explosion. And obviously there are a lot of people in the street who were just staring up at the first fire, and they all started screaming and running south. And I'm not sure why they were running south, whether it was just to get a better look at it or maybe because debris was flying, but it was definitely a second jet. And since I was watching your program while I heard the second explosion, I saw you replay the tape, and you can see on your tape replay the second jet coming from the right of the screen.
We're going to see if we can get in there and look at that while you speak to us here. You know what, I can see it now, and maybe we can, as the two of us talk, we'll take another pass at that, and we may be able to digitally push into it a little bit and get a better look at it. So we'll go back to a live picture of the World Trade Center, and we'll see if we can enhance that a little bit to get a better look at it. But as you point that out, the plane coming from the right side, you described it as a jet. Tell me what you saw, what type of plane you think it was.
Well, I didn't see, in either instance, I didn't see it, but I heard it, and it definitely sounded like a jet, because it sounded like one of those military planes that you see at an air show. Same type of sound of a low-flying jet, just, very loud, fast engine noise. It definitely did not sound like a propeller plane, and it definitely did not sound like a helicopter. It was a jet of some kind, and it was the typical sound that you hear, in a war movie of some kind, where first you hear the jet zooming overhead, and then you hear an explosion. Bruce, that's what it sounded
Bruce,
like.
Stay on the line with me here. We've managed to enhance this shot a little bit, and we're going to replay it here. Okay. This is the shot of that second explosion. I see clearly that plane now approaching, passing the one tower, and there it is, impact to the second. So
it may have been coming from Newark Airport, because Newark Airport is in that direction.
Well, and in fact, now according to the Associated Press, the FBI is investigating a report of a plane hijacking just before this crash at the World Trade Center. Myrtle's our director in the control room. If we can get that back once more, if there's any possibility of a slow motion as we play back that tape again, we're looking, or we've got this shot of about 9 o'clock, the second impact at the World Trade Center. Watch the right side of your screen, that airplane approaching the number 2 World Trade Center tower, about to crash into it now, and there's the explosion. This happened about 9 o'clock this morning. Bruce Pfeffer on the telephone with me, who saw that happen Bruce, 9 o'clock, is that about, did you look at the time of that second crash? Because I've lost track here now over the past few minutes.
I can't be certain, but it was probably about 9:07 or something like that.
I'm sorry, Bruce. Someone else was speaking to me at the same time. If I can just recap a couple of things, the FBI is now saying that they are looking into this report of a hijacking. I don't know what type of plane may have been hijacked, and we couldn't tell from that shot that we were looking at. Bruce, did it appear to you as you heard that sound? I know it's difficult to tell, but was there any hint that there was engine trouble, or was it just a constant sound as you would hear a plane in normal flight?
Yeah, in both cases, there was no hint of an engine, stuttering or any kind of backfiring or anything. It sounded, as I said earlier, it sounded as like the jets that you see at an air show, where they're just zooming overhead and at a low altitude. And in both cases, it just sounded like a continuous roaring of the engine, and then followed by an explosion.
Bruce, as you are looking in the area now, what can you see?
Well, I'm doing two things at once. I'm watching your program, and I'm looking out my window, and what my view is of a street in Battery Park City, and basically there are a lot of people milling around, looking up at the World Trade Center. There's a pretty clear view of the top of the towers, and people on cell phones, people with cameras, people just walking back and forth. Of course, there were a lot of people on their way to work. There were just about half an hour earlier, there were school buses leaving to take children to school. I don't see a lot of chaos in the street, but obviously it's a happening, and a lot of people are milling around and looking up at the towers.
Okay, Bruce Pfeffer, we thank you for calling in with the information you've given us, and for your keen eye and seeing that second plane coming in from the right side of the screen. This is another live picture now, a helicopter picture. Again, we're looking here from the north, one World Trade Center on the right, two World Trade Center on the left. I believe I'm having trouble getting my orientation on this, but one World Trade Center is where the initial impact occurred, and then the second plane crash happened at two World Trade Center. We may be looking at this from the other side now. We are. This is south looking north, because you can see the Empire State Building in the distance there. So the two towers are reversed. In fact, the one on the left in this shot is one World Trade Center where the initial impact occurred, and two World Trade Center is on the right. And if we can one more time get that shot from just about 9 o'clock this morning, when we saw the second impact. And again, as we see that shot, you should watch the right side of your screen, because you'll actually be able to see that second plane coming in toward the World Trade Center. And though we can't draw the conclusion immediately as we see that shot of the plane coming in, it appears to be on a deliberate course. There doesn't appear to be a lot of effort to evade that. Are we going to be able to get that shot? All right, we'll try to get that shot up for you in just a moment. New York One's John Schumo is on the phone with us now. John, what's your location, please?
Pat, I'm actually in, of all places, on this interrupted election day in Betsy Gottbaum's election office. All cell phone service is completely out, and I was running up Battery Park and noticed an open window. I ran inside this window and join you now by phone. Absolutely stunned. This is one of the darkest days in our city's history. It is unbelievable. A sight I can't really imagine.
John, give me a second here. If there's any question about whether the FBI is taking this as a possible terrorist attack, we may have an answer in the fact that they have sealed the Lincoln and Holland tunnels now as a precaution. Those tunnels are sealed at both ends, so they are not allowing traffic to pass through the Lincoln and Holland tunnels. PATH train service is suspended, subway service bypassing the World Trade Center. Sorry for interrupting, John. You can continue. John, you still there?
Pat, can you hear us?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're still here. You were talking about the tunnels. The Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, also right now sealed off. We came through the underpass of the Battery Tunnel, just making it around the south tip of the island of Manhattan. That, too, was just so crowded with emergency vehicles. I actually got out in the middle of the tunnel and ran the rest of the way. There are thousands of people out here on the streets, as you can imagine, stunned. I saw 2 women crying hysterically. It is an absolute scene that you can't even imagine. There are thousands of people here at Battery Park City. I want to bring in right now, if we have the time, Jeffrey, I want to bring in a man who works here at the Public Advocates for Campaign office. I'm sorry, sir, you want to join us right now? We're live on New York 1. If you can just tell Pat Kiernan, our anchor, exactly what you saw while you were outside.
Okay, I just had gotten out of the number 1 train on Rector, and I noticed that the 1 tower was billowing smoke. And I was looking at it, and everyone was looking at it on the street, and all of a sudden I saw a blur on the other tower, and just a massive explosion, a fireball, and debris, glass, paper, shoes, just flew, and everyone on the street rushed, away from the World Trade Center because they thought probably there was other explosions. So that's what I saw. Apparently I saw the second plane hit the side of the World Trade Center and explode.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Sorry, can you identify yourself for us?
Sure, my name is Mark Benoit, and I'm Betsy Gotbaum's campaign manager.
Mark, and what's your location relative to the Trade Center?
We are on 50 West Street, which is about 3 blocks due south of the World Trade Center.
Mark, again, what, obviously our thoughts at this point turn to the people who were in the World Trade Center and for the people who were below the World Trade Center towers, because there would have been a huge rush of people coming in to work at the time this happened. What can you see of that emergency response at this point?
Well, obviously you can hear the response now. There's every conceivable kind of emergency vehicle is now crowded the West Side Highway and West Street. Fire engines, police engines, ambulances. Everyone as of now has rushed away from the World Trade Center south, so it doesn't seem to be many people now coming down West Street. It seems it's just all the emergency vehicles going up West Street. So the response was immediate.
And as you saw as you saw and heard the initial mayhem after that first plane impact.
Yes, what happened?
It would seem to me that what would happen there is that people would rush toward the building to aid those who were injured, and then that second impact would be all the more serious because of the number of people gathered.
Yes, what the first impact did, it drew people out into the street and the surrounding area. In the second impact, when that happened, everyone rushed away from the building because there was showering debris everywhere. As far as where I got out, 3 blocks south, it was hitting the street where I was. A shoe, like 10 yards away from me, fell.
All right.
So I guess because of the force of the explosion.
Mark, we're looking at a picture. I don't know whether it's coming from Staten Island or from the Jersey side. Looks like almost like we're down on Staten Island with that shot. But there's almost no face of the World Trade Center that doesn't have visible exterior damage. Can you tell how big a crater that is in the side of the building, or is the smoke obscuring that?
No, actually, because the smoke is now blowing up now. When it first hit, it was hard to tell. Now it seems like it's hard for me to judge, using a floor count, like, 5, 10 floors. It looks like there's at least 10 to 20 floors of damage on the one impact, and
Okay, Mark.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm just getting some more information here. I thank you for your
My pleasure.
Comments there, and I just want to pass on some additional information. We now have word from law enforcement sources that both of these airplanes striking the World Trade Center were flights that came out of Boston, and if I'm getting this information correctly, that both airplanes were hijacked out of Boston, flown to New York, and struck the side of the World Trade Center. The city now on high terrorist alert. Let me run through the list of some of what has happened. The MTA has shut down subway service or is bypassing subway service through the World Trade Center area. The lines affected there include the 1, 2, 3, 9, N, R, A, C, and E. As far as I know, subway service is still running. Otherwise, clearly there will be significant delays because almost every train that runs through the city at some point passes through Lower Manhattan. So that is going to have an impact on subway service. The Lincoln Tunnel is shut down. It has been sealed. The Holland Tunnel has been shut down and sealed. John Schumel told us the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel has been shut down and sealed. The FDR is shut down. The Triborough Bridge is closed, at least in one direction. No traffic's being allowed into Manhattan there. And at the moment, we have all three local airports shut down. Again, this is my conclusion that it's on a terrorist alert, but we have a lot of signs pointing to that, and it would be an appropriate precaution at this point that they shut down all three of the local airports. The pictures you're looking at here, my understanding is that we are looking at the southern face of the World Trade Center towers, and that is not where the impact occurred. The impact actually occurred on the other side of the World Trade Center towers, and again, I'll try to get some tape from earlier here to give you an idea of what developed here at about 8:45 this morning, the first explosion, and then we'll look at the tape from the second explosion happening at about 9 o'clock. Watch the right side of your screen. There's that airplane heading to the first World Trade Center tower, missing it, and then you see the impact to the number 2 World Trade Center tower, and that impact came 10 or 15 minutes after the initial impact at 1 World Trade Center. And as we were just discussing with Mark Benoit, who is in the area at the Betsy Gottbaum campaign office, there had been a tremendous response of emergency vehicles and people into the area in those moments leading up to that second crash, because they were responding to the first crash. And the initial reports, we didn't understand what had happened. It came in as a fire call at the World Trade Center, so it wasn't clear exactly what that was or that there would be further danger. And we are now trying to ascertain the well-being of the thousands of people who would be in the World Trade Center buildings at that time. Of course, Wall Street firms, any number of businesses located there at the World Trade Center, the adjacent World Financial Center as well. 110 stories tall, about 40,000 people work in the World Trade Center, but the PATH trains move through the World Trade Center. 150,000 people pass through the World Trade Center on a daily basis. President Bush has advised reporters at the White House that he will be making a comment on this. Mayor Giuliani has scheduled a press conference, and as we said, New York City on terrorist alert at this point, with many precautions at airports, bridges, tunnels. There is a situation developing that the NYPD and FBI will be looking into, but the more immediate concern right now is the fire and ambulance response to the World Trade Center. We have on the telephone Gabe Sumner, who's been watching some of this unfold as well. Gabe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Please share with me what you've seen this morning.
Well, in the first instance, I was out running, as one of your previous callers was, at 8:45 this morning, and I was at that point at the marina in Battery Park City, which is virtually in the shadow of the World Trade Center. And I heard clearly what was a sound barrier being broken sound. The whoosh of the jet, and then the explosion, which I thought was a sound barrier being broken. And when I looked up, I saw the first hit on the World Trade Center. But I saw no plane falling into the street, as I would have thought would happen if it were a plane, and I thought perhaps it was a missile. And we all gathered and watched what was happening, and then I came up to my apartment in Battery Park City, which overlooks the harbor, and I was watching your channel, listening to you, Pat, when what appeared to be directly over my building, there was a tremendous jet sound of a low-flying jet plane, and then a quarter of a second later, the second explosion at the World Trade Center.
Gabe, let me have you pause for a moment because I want to repeat here. I'm getting more information on this. Out of Logan Airport in Boston, through law enforcement sources, New York 1 understands that 2 planes were hijacked. One was an American Airlines plane. One was a United Airlines plane. You know, I'm seeing that President Bush is making some comments as well. If we can try to get that up on one of our satellite feeds, I'd like to go to President Bush and listen in if we can. Gabe, would the size of that airplane, would that be consistent with it being a commercial jetliner from what you saw? Gabe, are you still there?
Hello?
Yeah, Gabe, let me ask you again. We understand that it was 2 commercial planes hijacked out of Logan Airport in Boston. Is the size of that plane, a commercial plane, consistent with what you're hearing?
No, it sounded to me like a smaller plane. I think if it were a low-flying commercial jet, it would have been much, much louder than it was.
All right, Gabe, let me interrupt you. President Bush making comments about this now. We'll listen into that live.
Our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
All right. I apologize for getting to that late, and we didn't hear the beginning of President Bush's comments. I'll see if someone who was hearing them come in on the satellite feed can summarize for us if we learned any information from the President. Let me recap for you. You are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center. Approximately 8:45 this morning, the first of 2 plane crashes into the side of the World Trade Center. All signs at this point indicating that both crashes were deliberate. After reports through law enforcement sources that these planes were hijacked from Logan Airport in Boston, one an American Airlines plane, one a United Airlines plane. The first crash occurring about 8:45 this morning at the building you see on the left side of this live picture. You're looking from the south toward the north, and the tower on the left is One World Trade Center. It's the one with the television tower on top. It's where the windows on the World Restaurant is. That first plane crash at about 8:45 struck the north face of the World Trade Center, and you can see there's damage on at least 3 faces of that tower of the World Trade Center. Again, just by my estimate, somewhere between 90 and 100 stories up the side of the 110-story tall World Trade Center. It was approximately 15 minutes later, about 9 o'clock Eastern Time, as we were getting the first pictures of the smoke coming from the World Trade Center, that we saw the second plane crash. And I actually didn't see it until one of our viewers brought it to our attention. But as you look at the live shot that we were showing at the time of that crash, you can actually see the second plane coming in from the west and flying past One World Trade Center and striking 2 World Trade Center. And that's the situation we're left with now, is that we have a fully involved fire on both of those World Trade Center structures. If indeed, as those law enforcement sources are telling us, these were hijacked airplanes, we can assume that there may have been passengers and crew on those airplanes, and there would have been, if not a full complement of staff in the World Trade Center towers at 8:45 on a Tuesday morning, there definitely would have been a significant number of people on all of those floors at this point trying to escape the World Trade Center. We don't know if elevators were working, if they've been going downstairs, evacuating. We've got people moving into the area, and New York One's John Shumo is among them. He's at a vantage point not far away. John?
Good morning. Let's get back. The site that I just saw after leaving this building and trying to work my way closer to the World Trade Center is most difficult to put into words. Not 200 feet up the block here. Again, I'm down on the West Street, about 2 or 3 blocks south of the World Trade Center. There is a tire from one of the planes. It is about 6 to 7 feet. It is a large tire, and it is on its side. It is ripped apart. There was a crowd of people who were standing by the tower. Also, there was, sadly to say, several shoes which were just sitting there on the street. Shoes, I will assume much confidently say that they came from people who may have been on the plane. But again, the tire is just sitting here in the middle of West Street, several shoes on the sidewalk as well. I managed to make my way back here to my location on West Street when all of a sudden several hundred people started running south towards Battery Park. The police have completely cordoned off this area. As you can imagine, I've watched several emergency service units from far away as Brooklyn coming through this tunnel and racing up to the scene. We've seen ambulance corps, volunteer ambulance corps from as far out as Crown Heights and Bedford-Stuyvesant. We've seen obviously swarms of police officers from precincts as far away as Staten Island making their way here. It is very dramatic, as you can imagine, as your pictures tell. Pat?
John, have you actually seen that airplane wheel yourself?
I cannot see the actual plane. We're on West Street, a bit south of the World Trade Center. You can obviously see from every direction the damage actually done to the Trade Center, to both buildings. In fact, as your video, I'm sure, shows, it's hard to put into words from this vantage point, but I would say several dozen floors are completely blown away. The windows are gone. The flames are still going. From this vantage point, though, the impact was so dramatic, you could obviously tell that these tires flew several blocks, safe to say, close to 500-600 feet away from the impact. And again, people right now are scrambling to make their way south to Battery Park City. I'm listening to your report, Pat. Obviously, now that there's an FBI investigation, authorities down here are still on extremely high alert, the highest alert possible, and people are taking no precautions. They are actually running, some moving very quickly down south to a safe vantage point in Battery Park City.
John, President Bush, we heard the tail end of his comments, and I've now got a summary of what he said. Stay with me, John, while I recap this. President Bush, describing this as an apparent terrorist attack on our country, says a full-scale investigation is underway, and says the U.S. vows to track down whomever is responsible for the crashes. He said terrorism against our country will not stand. That from President Bush about 10 minutes ago. We've got New York One's John Schumo on the phone from the area of the World Trade Center, and you're looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center towers after these two aircraft crashing into each other at the World Trade Center in rapid succession at about 8:45 this morning, the second crashing at about 9 o'clock this morning. Again, there is now a terrorist alert in the city. All three of the local airports have been shut down. The FDR shut down, Lincoln, Holland, and Brooklyn Battery tunnels sealed at both ends, and I do not know the status of the Midtown tunnel, if they have done that as well there. The FDR is shut down. The Triborough Bridge has been restricted as far as traffic coming into the city. And the PATH train service, which terminates in the World Trade Center, has been shut down for the moment as well. Subway service is running, but obviously severely affected by this because so many trains pass through the area of Lower Manhattan and the World Trade Center. The 1, 2, 3, 9, N, R, A, C, and E trains are all bypassing the World Trade Center, and frankly, with what's going on there, you wouldn't want to stop at the World Trade Center right now anyway. They have moved a massive amount of emergency equipment into the area, and now, in addition to getting people out of the World Trade Center, treating the people who are injured, they also face the task of fighting this fire. A high-rise fire of this magnitude is extremely difficult to fight, particularly if it's fueled by all of that jet fuel that would have been on board these planes as they crashed into the World Trade Center. And they can shut down gas lines, they can shut down electrical lines, and so forth. These buildings are meant to be non-combustible, but when you do something like that, when an aircraft with that jet fuel crashes into the side of the building, that introduces a variable that was never accounted for in the design of these buildings, and that will be the focus for the fire department as they try to move equipment up there. But an extremely difficult fire to fight, and you have to ask the question now about structural damage to the World Trade Center towers, and whether we will see those towers occupied anytime in the years to come. 1945, when a twin-engine bomber crashed into the 79th floor of the Empire State Building, that was in dense fog. That was an accident. Clearly, they repaired the damage at the Empire State Building, and the building has not been entirely without incident, but the Empire State Building has withstood that plane crash. I have the statement from President Bush in front of me now. It was a brief statement that he made this morning after learning of the terrorist attack, or what he's calling an apparent terrorist attack at the World Trade Center. He said, "Today we have a national tragedy. 2 airplanes crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack." He said, "I have spoken to the Vice President, the Governor of New York, the Director of the FBI, and I have ordered the full resources of the federal government to conduct a full-scale investigation into what happened and find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand." And the President followed that with a request for a moment of silence. As I said earlier, Mayor Giuliani has a press conference scheduled as well, and we will continue to follow all of these developments as we move our equipment as close to the scene as possible in order to bring you coverage of this. New York One producer Melissa Rabinovich is on the phone now. Melissa, please tell me where you were at the time this happened and what you're seeing now.
Hi, Pat. I actually live on Fulton and Gold Street, which is, I would say, is about 4 blocks away from the World Trade Center. I was sleeping at the time when the first incident happened. The whole building shook. Didn't know what was going on, if it was a dream or something, and a big picture behind our bed kind of shook a little bit. And then I waited about 30 seconds, and when I stood up, there were people, hundreds, running away from the World Trade Center towards the South Street Seaport. And then I went out on my balcony where I can have full view of, I'm by the South Street Seaport. Now, above me is huge clouds of black smoke. We could see debris coming this way. And then when the second one happened, I was on the balcony. Again, the whole house shook, and you can see that red ball of smoke come this far. I mean, right now at this time, there are still a lot of people coming this way towards the South Street Seaport, a lot of them walking very fast. There are 3 payphones in my view across the street from me on Fulton Street, where I would say at least 20 people are online trying to make phone calls, trying to figure out where they're going to go. I also live across from the hospital, so of course, sirens every few seconds, and it just seems pretty scary over here.
Stay with me for a moment. CNN now reporting that there is a report of a fire at the Pentagon, and I have no information than that, but clearly we'll look to see if there could be any sort of a link. Again, that's a CNN report of a fire at the Pentagon. Melissa, what are you seeing at this point as you look out in that area? What sort of activity can you see?
Right now, I would say there are at least a few hundred people on the street. They're just all over. They're on the sidewalk. They're on the street. They're walking different ways. I live in a residential area. Across from me, all buildings are full with people. Many of them have cameras. Other of them are just standing there gathering. One terrace across from me has at least 20 people, many of them in suits. On the ground, they're just crowds of people. There's actually a big crowd, a circle of people, about 50, in the middle of the street on the corner of Fulton and Gold. But they're all obviously away from the World Trade Center.
Melissa, as we look back to February 26, 1993, the World Trade Center bombing, an explosion confined in the lower levels, in the parking areas, and the 200-foot wide crater took some time to repair, but that was a relatively unpopulated area of the World Trade Center, and we still saw scores of people streaming out of the World Trade Center with cuts and other injuries. It has to be a chaotic scene at the World Trade Center this morning after this happening. Is it clear to you whether they've set up some sort of a perimeter? Are they allowing people into the area?
Right now, there are no cars coming through here. When the second one happened, there were still cars, and actually about 4 of them came to a halt. They didn't hit each other, and then some people, some NYPD people wearing, blue jackets came over and seemed to scatter everybody. Right now, there are no cars passing in front of me on Fulton and Gold, and just people are all over the streets.
Melissa, I'm just getting more information from CNN on this fire at the Pentagon. They have now evacuated the Pentagon, so that is going on as well, and we're looking into this to determine exactly whether there is a link to this terrorist alert. And now CNN reporting that the White House has been evacuated as well. So the terrorist alert spreading from New York to Washington as well. President Bush made a comment about this approximately 15 minutes ago, and we want to listen in now. Excuse me, just before we get to the President, Associated Press now reporting an aircraft has crashed into the Pentagon. So Now this is the third apparently deliberate air crash. The first two into the towers of the World Trade Center, the third crashing into the Pentagon, and the White House is being evacuated now. I'm seeing pictures of the smoke from the Pentagon on CNN, and I don't know if we can bring those pictures up, but for the moment we'll focus on, all right, let's take a look at this picture from Washington now. This is the scene from Washington looking toward the Pentagon, the smoke there. So this scene that's been playing out in New York, now playing out at the Pentagon as well, and we'll get more information on that as soon as it becomes available. Again, the White House has been evacuated now, and there's a report of a fire on the Washington Mall, according to CNN, as we continue to look into the impact in Washington. Back to New York now, live pictures of the World Trade Center towers. We're at 8:45 this morning. The first of two aircraft crashed into the Trade Center towers. We have been reporting for about the past 30 minutes through a law enforcement source that two airplanes were hijacked at Boston's Logan Airport, and it is believed that those are the airplanes that crashed into the World Trade Center towers. Our information said that one was a United airplane and one was an American Airlines plane. Another U.S. official telling the Associated Press that there was a transmission from one of these airplanes indicating that they had been hijacked, and that was the first word that authorities received, that there was something wrong, but clearly from what we've heard so far, no indication of what was about to happen. The exterior of the World Trade Center is a combination of concrete and structural steel, but an airplane moving at full speed, as you see here from these pictures, would puncture that structural steel, and the explosion that followed started a fire that continues to burn at the World Trade Center. We have the shot that we took at about 9 o'clock this morning, and I know we've got a lot of things going on in the control room, but if we can get that videotape again, it's from the opposite angle from what you're looking at right now with these live pictures. Watch the right side of your screen. You see that airplane moving toward the World Trade Center, and you'll see the impact there of that second explosion. And maybe we can look at that just once more. We'll go back to live pictures for a moment and see if we can set that shot up again. But when you see that videotape, it's quite chilling to watch the deliberate path of that airplane as it's headed toward the number 2 World Trade Center tower. And from that distance, it's difficult to get an assessment of how big an airplane it is, and that's some of the information that we expect will be coming out. Can we look at that tape once more? This is the videotape again. There's the aircraft on the right side, passing 1 World Trade Center and striking number 2 World Trade Center. Back to Washington, and the third of these apparently deliberate aircraft crashes there at the Pentagon. Approximately 15 minutes ago is when we received the first reports of this evacuation at the Pentagon, and now from the Associated Press on that, this was a large airliner crashing into the Pentagon, and there is a fire now at the Pentagon, smoke billowing. An Associated Press reporter says that he was able to see the tail end of this plane as it was crashing into the Pentagon. I tried a moment ago to play back that statement from President Bush from earlier this morning, and if we can get that, we'll let you hear what President Bush had to say. These comments from President Bush came 20 or 25 minutes ago. That was before this situation developed in Washington. At that point, he was unaware that there was a problem at the Pentagon, unaware of these evacuations at the White House, and the president at that point thought we were dealing with a twin terrorist attack in New York, but not this situation in Washington as well. President Bush's statement from approximately 25 minutes ago.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
President Bush speaking about 25 minutes ago in response to this apparent terrorist attack at the World Trade Center. And at that time, the president was unaware that there was a terrorist attack about to occur in Washington. A large jetliner seen crashing into the Pentagon, and there is a huge fire at the Pentagon as well. Sources in Washington saying that they have received a threat against the White House, and as a result of that, the White House has been evacuated. The Capitol building has been evacuated. Back home now, this is another angle of this destruction at the World Trade Center, looking from ground level up toward the World Trade Center towers now. And we should recap for you what's been happening here in terms of now we've got a report from the Associated Press that the FAA has canceled all airline service nationwide. From the Associated Press, the FAA has closed down all flights nationwide as they try to determine this target of apparent terrorist activity and these hijackings of commercial airplanes. So it is not only just the 3 New York City airports, but commercial aviation service across the country, and all aircraft takeoffs have been suspended by the Federal Aviation Administration. That an unprecedented step taken by the FAA just a moment ago in the wake of this apparent deliberate and concerted effort to crash these airplanes into these buildings in New York and Washington. A recap of what's going on in terms of transportation around the city. There has been a terrorist alert at the tunnels and bridges as well. The Lincoln Tunnel, the Holland Tunnel, the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, all shut down. The PATH train terminates in the World Trade Center, and that has been shut down as well. And there are to be additional comments from the White House, from the President, and we'll get an update from the Federal Aviation Administration on what's happening with this complete cancellation of aircraft takeoffs throughout the country. There will be many airplanes in the air right now. They will allow those to land, but the Federal Aviation Administration, until there can be an assessment of what's going on as the security alert increases, there will be no more aircraft takeoffs anywhere in the country. One of the live pictures you're looking at the World Trade Center now, the first explosion about 8:45 this morning, approximately 100 stories up the side of the 110-story World Trade Center tower. One World Trade Center, the tower that has the television antenna on top, that was the first one struck. The second explosion came about 15 minutes later on the second of the World Trade Center towers, and then we received word of a third explosion at the Pentagon in Washington, and we saw live pictures from Washington a moment ago with an idea of the size of that explosion, and we are looking at that as well. I'm also getting information that they have evacuated the White House, and Air Force One is actually moving, according to our colleagues at CNN. There are some precautionary measures there. CNN reporting that a plane hit the Pentagon about 20 minutes ago. Kristen Shaughnessy's on the phone from the area of the World Trade Center. Kristen?
Ted, I am at Church Street, and I'll just tell you, we just drove over from Brooklyn. Quite a scene. A lot of people gathered on the streets. Numerous emergency vehicles, obviously too many to count. We have FBI on the street, state police, local police, all sorts of law enforcement. And what they're trying to do in this area, which is a couple blocks from the World Trade, but I can see the smoke still billowing from where we are, and they're trying to clear this area. A lot of people coming down here to look, to figure out what is going on, and they're telling people to get away, that it's still a very dangerous situation, and that they have to leave the area. It's amazing to me how many people are actually trying to get into this area. The police are asking everyone to stay clear of this area, so that's probably the most important thing to know. I should tell you that some of the streets are eerily calm as we drove through them. We went over the Brooklyn Bridge and it was shut down, so we were literally the only ones on the Brooklyn Bridge. And then when you come over here, then there's, it's a very chaotic scene, but it seems like it is very well under control in terms of police and FBI. So that's what's happening here, and I'll give you any answers to questions that you might have.
Kristen, I have a few questions. I don't know how up to speed on what's happening elsewhere, but there has been a report of another plane crash in Washington, a third plane, a jetliner crashing in to the Pentagon there. So the concern that this is a concerted pattern of terrorist attacks is being raised here. Not only have they shut down LaGuardia and Kennedy and Newark, but they've shut down aircraft takeoffs at every airport in the country. What evidence are you seeing there, Kristen, of precautions as far as preventing any sort of additional terrorist activity, if indeed that's planned?
They have so many law enforcement officials out on the street right now. I'm literally looking up right at the burning buildings right here, and what they're telling people is just to get away from this area because it is still just a volatile situation. It seems like they, I have to talk to a couple bit more law enforcement officials, but they're saying that, they just don't know what's going to happen next, obviously, because that first plane went into Tower 1, and then the second plane went into Tower 2, and obviously they're on heightened alert for anything that may happen. We're told that the mayor will speak to us, at some point in the future once he gets briefed, obviously, and that will happen right around here. I don't know if we'll be able to bring you that live because it's very hard to get, live trucks here and whatnot. Also should tell you that transmission of phones is out. I've been trying to reach you actually for about 45 minutes now, ever since we heard of this happening, and it's just very difficult to get through because the transmitters have been hit, and that's what law enforcement people are telling, the people on the streets as well. We did speak to some people who are on the streets. A lot of people are walking through the streets. They're crying, very emotional. Other people are not, but the ones who were in that nearby vicinity told us that they were told to go down into the basement just in case, and then they were ushered out of the building and told to get away as quickly as possible.
Kristen, do you have an idea how quickly that happened? Because as I was speaking with one of the eyewitnesses earlier, the frightening thing about this was that there would have been a sense for about 10 minutes between 8:50 and 9 o'clock, roughly, that the immediate danger had passed, that the emphasis would have been on bringing help into the area rather than getting people out of the area. Do you have a sense of how that played out in those few minutes?
It was, I think they just assumed that this was the one plane, and I think when the realization happened that, yes, this was a plane, and it appeared to go directly into the building without trying to avert the World Trade Center, then they realized that there may be something else, and it seemed like within moments that second plane hit. So, I think a lot had been dispatched, and then when we were coming over the bridge, a number of emergency personnel from Brooklyn were dispatched. I think maybe then they said, okay, let's bring in more. So obviously you're getting people from all over the different boroughs, too.
Kristen, at this point, how close are you able to get to the World Trade Center towers themselves?
You know what, Pat, I'm actually maybe 2 blocks away, believe it or not. But that's it. They're just trying to get everybody else out of this area. They are allowing some press and obviously law enforcement officials. But it is, as I'm looking up, I'm just watching the building burn right from where I am, and it's an incredible sight. It looks like probably 8 floors, maybe 6 to 8 floors are burning, and just, the smoke continues. And I'm not sure which tower I'm looking at, but the one tower is more severely burned than the other right now.
Yeah, the tower with the TV antenna on top of it is One World Trade Center. That's the one where the initial impact occurred. Right. And then the one with the observation deck on it is 2 World Trade Center, and that's where the second explosion occurred about 15 minutes later.
I can still see flames shooting out of both, so it's an incredible sight. Do you have, obviously they've told the planes to come down, so do you have any shots right now of it?
We've got a shot looking up from the ground at the side of the tower there, but we're not looking at the actual crater on the side, but we can certainly see the smoke coming from the building. Have you had a sense over the past hour? Because from what I'm seeing, there's as much smoke as there was an hour ago. That they have not made much of a dent in this fire. I don't even know how much fire equipment they've been able to move up onto those upper floors.
It's just coming down, Pat. It is just coming down.
Watch the right
it's
side.
Exploding.
It's ripping apart.
It is billowing. Pat, the debris is flying. I'm going to run.
Okay. All right. We hope that Kristen was not in a position where she would have been injured by that, but the tower is literally crumbling into the streets of Manhattan there, and
blocks and blocks.
I don't know how much debris is falling or where that debris has fallen, and we'll attempt to reestablish our contact with Kristen, but that tower's not there anymore. A dramatic scene, and this is going to clearly mean that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people injured as that building has fallen. New York 1's Sharon Diesenhaus is with me as well now as we watch this dramatic videotape.
This is just extraordinary. We have just seen, that was one World Trade Center?
Yeah, at this point I don't even know which.
One of the World
tower
Trade
was
Center
which.
towers.
That was two World Trade Centers. That was where the second impact was, but it has vanished from in front of us.
Crumbling. It's now 10 o'clock. That means it was roughly an hour after the initial impact, which seemed to impact roughly the top, I would say, 1/4 of the building. And now we see the building has apparently crumbled. One wonders if there was anything on the plane that could have caused such a structural damage below, since it hit such the upper portions of the building.
I'll ask our control room crew to try to get whatever videotape we can of that scene as we were on the phone with Kristen Shaughnessy, and please let me know if we've reestablished contact with Kristen as well. She saw the explosion in front of her in fairly close proximity as that happened. These are several different live pictures we're looking at of the aftermath. Two World Trade Center at this point still standing. You're just looking at daylight passing through the area where one World Trade Center stood only 5 minutes ago, and I don't know how much of that building is still standing, because there is so much smoke and debris now billowing out across the harbor.
Over all of Lower Manhattan. I mean, it must be, I would say, a 15-block wide area and probably 10 or 15 blocks high that seems to be covered now by a sort of eerie white smoke as opposed to the black smoke that was billowing out earlier from the top of the tower.
Now, we talked to several people who were in that area of Lower Manhattan as this was happening, and a lot of them had this sense of security as well, that this damage was 100 stories up, and now we've had this structural failure of two World Trade Center, and literally saw the building disintegrate, and much of that is smoke, but much of it is just dust and debris, as though they had, it's a scene that you see when they deliberately demolish a building, but without any of the precautions or evacuations. And those who know that area well know that there is a building on every block there, multi-story buildings on every block. So there would undoubtedly be damage to those buildings as well, the subway lines below, the city's infrastructure below. Let's look at that videotape. This would have been at about 9:55 this morning as two World Trade Center started to rip apart in an explosion.
You could just see the black smoke slowly descending through the building as it just destroys with a widening, ever-widening cloud of debris in a very, very large area. And you can't look at this without a sinking feeling in your heart and wondering how many people are affected by this right now.
And it really is a question of how many people were injured and killed by this now. The fire department had called in every off-duty firefighter, and many of them would have been in that area having responded to this, and now their thoughts have to turn to the structure of one World Trade Center because the fire continues to burn there. Let's take you back to 8:45 this morning. We received a report of a fire at the World Trade Center, and that can be anything from a cigarette in a trash can to an electrical transformer.
And we hear these very often, and we always investigate them, but so often they are not disasters.
By itself, it's not an unusual call, but within about 5 minutes, when we got our first pictures of the smoke, it was clear that something very serious was going on, but the magnitude of it has escalated in the past 15 minutes with the collapse of One World Trade Center and that debris that has spread throughout Lower Manhattan. The question that they have to be facing there now is how to deal with this, because now they have injuries and structural damage not only on the two World Trade Center towers, but for a huge area throughout Lower Manhattan. The stock exchange down there and so forth, and that has to be the focus now.
And of course the personnel who were sent in to assist those who were in danger are now very much in danger themselves. Even on my way down this morning at about 9 o'clock, there were ambulances streaming down 10th Avenue and 42nd Street as people, clearly I remember from February 26, 1993, all over the city, all of the fire and police personnel were called to assist, and when I saw 9th Avenue rather, just filled with emergency vehicles streaming down, I knew that it was certainly an incident of some magnitude. I didn't realize that, of course, what was to await all of us.
We've taken some action, obviously, to move our crews into as safe a position as possible, and some of them, like so many other people, had rushed down to the area of the World Trade Center, though were held back at a certain distance because of the police and fire perimeters that had been set up there. But that collapse of the number 2 World Trade Center tower caught everybody by surprise and happened so suddenly there on that videotape, and we'll try to get another look at that, because this is the aftermath, and it almost looks as though there's a fresh wave of black smoke. There's the explosion and the collapse of the tower looking from the north now.
And we have some very good news for those of you who were listening just a few minutes ago. As we saw this, the building collapsing, we also were speaking with Kristen Shaughnessy on the phone, who was in close proximity, and we have just gotten word that she is safe, and we are all very happy to hear that.
Indeed, CNN reporting at this point that there have people been seen jumping from windows of the World Trade Center tower, trying to get to safety there. And this is that picture again from about 9:55 this morning of the structural failure, the collapse of 2 World Trade Center after this plane crash.
And we know that a lot of people who are watching right now have those that they care about in this area of Manhattan, and as soon as we have any information on those injured, we will of course bring it to you. We simply do not have that information at this point because it is such a large-scale problem. The information is not forthcoming. I think the police and fire department are scrambling just as much as the news organizations are to get information.
Another live picture for you here, and if somebody can tell me where this camera is, it looks like we're somehow looking across some distance, but this gives you an idea of, I'm sorry, this is Washington now, this is the Pentagon. There's a lot going on here, and this is the third of these apparent terrorist attacks in Washington, with a plane crashing into the Pentagon. Now looking once again at live pictures of the World Trade Center towers. Only one of the towers is still intact, 110 stories tall, the towers of the World Trade Center, and one of them literally crumbled at about 9:55 this morning.
Just to give a little update on some of the effects now of what has happened thus far this morning. They are rather widespread. Air travel has been shut down at every airport across the country by the FAA. Tunnels and roads into and out of Manhattan have been shut down. Trading at the New York Stock Exchange has been suspended and was quite early on. The Pentagon, Capitol Building, White House, State Department, and Treasury have all been evacuated as well. The President and First Lady have canceled the events that they had scheduled for the day. Now, fortunately, the President was in Sarasota when this happened at the Pentagon, and I understand the Governor was in Manhattan, but we do not have word of where he was, but we do have word that he is safe.
Other information about the impact of this and the precautions that are being taken here. major terrorist attacks have resulted in the FAA and that decision to shut down takeoffs at every airport across the country. The New York Stock Exchange, trading has been suspended there. They have evacuated the stock exchange, and tunnels and roads in and out of Manhattan have been shut down, so they have, for a large part, locked down transit and traffic in and out of the city now. And we're back to the live pictures here. The remaining World Trade Center tower, One World Trade Center, the scene of that initial plane crash at about 8:45 this morning. The second plane crash into Two World Trade Center at about 9 o'clock this morning, and we actually saw that one happen.
Pat, I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. I understand that we have Andrew Siff now on the telephone, and he is close to the scene, but I trust safe. Andrew?
Yes, we're okay. We were headed south right towards the World Trade Center, and just north of Chambers Street, we actually saw a huge portion of that second tower go down, at which point tens of thousands of people started running north along the West Side Highway and the Esplanade, where people are usually biking and jogging, and there's definitely an evacuation in progress now with everyone headed north. Frightening sight to behold.
Andrew, what's your location? And just confirm for me that you're at a safe distance, please.
We're at North Moore Street and the West Side Highway. We're about a block north of Chambers Street, which is no one's allowed anywhere south of Chambers Street. We were headed towards the World Trade Center because it appeared as though at least we were to the rescue portion of what was going on and that the immediate threat might be over. That was obviously not the case, and now journalists and residents alike have to stay back.
And Andrew, as we're speaking to you, I want to ask our crew to get that videotape again of the collapse of the south tower of the World Trade Center at about 9:55 this morning. And as we're looking at that, Andrew, if you can tell me what sort of debris is there now? Can you see the debris from the tower and the dust?
From where we are now, you can't even see the second tower. It looks like right now that the World Trade Center is only one building. That's the way it appears from about 10 blocks north. You can see that the existing tower is on fire for maybe the top 30 floors or so. You can see flames shooting out on the west side of the tower, and behind it and to either side are just thick plumes of smoke, which almost look like huge clouds at this point. You can't even see a second tower, and you can't see debris because if you look down the West Side Highway all the way towards the Battery, nothing but smoke.
Andrew, when you saw this happen, what did it look like to you at close range? Because to us, it seemed almost like dominoes, you know, going floor by floor by floor.
It was a little difficult at first to figure out what was happening. We heard an explosion. We heard either an explosion or the sound of something making impact. And we were in the middle. I was with news assistant Jason Post, and we were walking down West Street. And when we heard the sound, we whipped around and saw just a buckling of the tower. And it just looked like it collapsed within itself. You could just see the top of the tower collapse. We can't tell what happened to the bottom half of the tower from here.
Have you seen any people being evacuated? I know that people are fleeing, but have you seen any of the injured being evacuated from the area? I know there are so many who are down there to help them.
What authorities did is they closed the West Side Highway to regular traffic, and it's just become virtual speedway for ambulances and emergency vehicles. And we have seen ambulances shuttling back and forth up and down the West Side Highway, indicating that there are rescue efforts in progress. We have not actually been able to get close enough to see actual victims at the scene because obviously at this point it's still not secure.
And Andrew Siff, you know, I can't imagine the extent of the injuries and deaths at the World Trade Center towers with the collapse of one of the two towers. And you know, this is going to be a difficult story to cover in terms of moving personnel into the area because the fire department and the police department themselves are having a tremendous amount of difficulty getting into the area. Andrew Siff will be checking back with you, and please, as I said, keep a safe distance from the tower there as we have the fire continuing to burn at the top of One World Trade Center. Again, if you're just joining us, there is almost no way in or out of Manhattan at this point. They have sealed the bridges and tunnels. PATH train service has been shut down. As far as aircraft service, not only the 3 New York airports shut down, but aircraft takeoffs across the country have been suspended because of these terrorist attacks on One World Trade Center, on 2 World Trade Center, and on the Pentagon. That attack on the Pentagon came about 30 minutes after the first attack at the World Trade Center. New York 1, through law enforcement sources, got word very early on that the plane that crashed into One World Trade Center and the plane that crashed into 2 World Trade Center had both been hijacked from Logan Airport in Boston. New York 1's Kristen Shaughnessy was on the phone with us a few moments ago as One World Trade Center literally disintegrated before our eyes. Kristen, I can't tell you how relieved I am to hear your voice.
Thank you very much. It was quite a scene, Pat. As I said, I was looking up at it, and right when we were talking, I saw it come down. And they literally, I have to commend the law enforcement. They got everybody, it seemed, as best they could where I was, out of that area. There were people who were stumbling and losing their shoes. I actually ran barefoot for about 7 blocks. But they got everybody in that area. There were people who were, breaking down. It was, they couldn't walk that much, and they really helped them, and then they assisted them, and they got them to safety. So now what they're doing is they're evacuating everyone to either Midtown or the Upper East Side. People were lined up here at the phones, and they said, no more phone service. You really have to get out of this area because we don't know what is going to happen next. And I'm not sure what the condition of those 2 buildings is. I did hear something, but maybe you can update me on that because you probably can see it better than I can right now.
Yeah, well, Kristen, we have several different live angles here, and the frightening thing is the fact that One World Trade Center just isn't there anymore.
Okay. That doesn't surprise me. Pat, one moment. I just want to see. There's some personnel.
I'm sorry, Kristen, let me just correct something. It was 2 World Trade Center that...
2 World, that's what I thought went down.
Yeah.
Okay. And is One World Trade, maybe you can update me on that.
Well, the fire continues to burn there,
yeah.
And there have to be questions on the part of the fire department at this point about the structural integrity of that building and whether they want to send any people in. Because they try to respond to these things by sending firefighters up the stairs to fight the fire, but when you're talking about an explosion of this magnitude, that amount of jet fuel up there, they would have to ask themselves questions about whether they want to send those men in to fight the fire or just let it burn itself out.
Absolutely. I do see a lot of law enforcement officials kind of getting people out of this area. I don't know. They were evacuating right along with us. I had FBI agents and state police running right along with me because people were literally covered in soot, in this gray soot, and you could see like building mass in the air. It was an incredible, incredible sight. There was one woman who was just covered from head to toe. She told me she worked in the World Trade Center on the 31st floor. She had not yet arrived at work. In fact, Pat, I see 2 women. Excuse me? Can I talk to you from over here up 1?
Kristen's going to try to Kristen, have you got someone there with you?
I'm trying, Pat. I'm sorry.
Okay, Kristen, take 30 seconds, and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Just talking about the structural damage that Kristen was concerned about, I can't help wondering that as well. I remember, once again, when the World Trade Center bombing occurred in 1993, word was that approximately 50,000 people were in that building, or in the building, at peak time. Of course, that happened just after peak time. No, that was at peak time, but it was lunch, so a number of people were out. This at 9 o'clock in the morning, 8:45 in the morning, most of the people were coming into their offices. One hopes that many people were late to work today. I have no idea how many people would have been in the World Trade Center at the time of the explosion and how many people could have possibly been transported out.
We've got New York 1's Andrew Kurtzman standing by. He actually saw the collapse of one of the towers as Kristen Shaughnessy did, and John Shumo's back on the phone with us. John?
Pat, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Covered with soot, Pat. It collapsed right in front of my eyes as well. I was running actually towards the building, looking for a cameraman. As you can imagine, people were scattered everywhere. I looked up. There's another explosion as we speak. I looked up and it just collapsed in front of my eyes. The worst possible vision you could ever imagine.
John, are you in a safe position there? I don't want to continue this if there's a concern about where you are.
No, we've managed to at this point, along with thousands of other people, run at top speed down to Battery Park City. There was a cloud of smoke that just enveloped all of us. We were just absolutely covered. A woman fell at my feet. We picked her up.
All right, we're losing John. There's obviously some...
We're here. It's obviously, as you can imagine, a quite emotional moment down here. We've actually pulled several people into the live truck for safety. People are just absolutely covered with soot right now. The collapse was, as I think we saw on New York 1, just miles high. The smoke just crept down the street, and thousands of people running. It was a scene that is really unthinkable. There are right now several city buses down here at Battery Park, and people have piled into these city buses. There's a construction site down here as well. There are people who have climbed into these construction sites. There are 7 to 8 people deep in cars just sitting here covered in soot, their faces up against towels. The woman who fell to my feet, we managed to get her into the New York 1 live truck. She had what we thought was an asthma attack at the time. She's now doing okay. The casualties I can only imagine right now, but it is a scene. The ash down here, the dust, is probably about a good 1/4 of an inch high, and we, again, are down by Battery Park City. We're a good, probably about 20 blocks, maybe 15 blocks away from the Trade Center. And it's still smoking, as you can imagine.
John, stay with me for just a second. Sharon's with me here and has some information for parents of students who are in the schools nearby the World Trade Center.
3 schools there, John, are being evacuated. Economics and Science Leadership and Public Service Murray Bergtraum and Stuyvesant PS 89 and PS 234. PS 89 and PS 234 are being used for triage. Parents should come and pick up their children at these schools.
And that's assuming the parents can get into the area.
Right.
Clearly the staff at those schools will be doing whatever they can to calm the students and take care of them in the interim here. But if it's safe for parents, if they can get into the area of those schools and take their kids home, it would just make things easier as far as the triage efforts and the emergency response.
And clearly this is the first insight we've had into the system being set up to attempt to deal with a disaster of this magnitude with this many injuries.
And of course the city's Office of Emergency Management set up that bunker that was much talked about. The mayor at some points criticized for the amount of expense on that bunker. Ironically, it is right in the midst of all of this, and I don't know whether it's in service or whether it's too close to all of this for them to actually use the Emergency Operations Center, because it is part of the World Trade Center, not of one of the 2 main towers that were actually struck by this, but right at the base of those towers.
But even still, probably now, a half an hour after the collapse of 2 World Trade Center, it's clear that the smoke around there is so thick it would be very difficult for people to really breathe and certainly to function very well in that immediate area. It certainly seems as though any movement would be quite difficult in that area, to say nothing of the difficulties in transmissions and power and various things because of the interruption in the World Trade Center tower that has the TV antenna, One World Trade Center.
Our colleagues at CNN now reporting that one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center towers was an American Airlines 767, a huge commercial jetliner, hijacked from Logan Airport in Boston, striking the World Trade Center after flying down to New York City.
And we have word the other one was United.
It was a United Airlines
also
plane.
From Logan?
According to our sources, also hijacked from Logan. I don't know what type of airplane it was, and some of the eyewitnesses I spoke to just in the first 20 minutes after this happened, it didn't sound loud enough to them to be a large jetliner, but this report says it was a 767, the first one, and we don't know the identity of the second airplane, but we do know that the FAA has responded by halting all flights across the nation.
And interestingly, there was word that it was transmitted somehow from the plane to, I guess, air traffic controllers that it had been a hijack. And there was no word on the wires prior to this that a plane had been hijacked.
And again, I'm hesitant to get too far into the speculation here, but I would think it unlikely that any commercial pilot would steer his plane into the World Trade Center. He'd more likely crash the plane into the harbor, even if there was a gun to his head. And you've got to wonder if this was organized enough that the hijackers actually had someone capable of flying the airplane, because these are three clearly deliberate targets: 1 World Trade Center, 2 World Trade Center, and the attack at the Pentagon. This is the live picture where you saw 2 World Trade Center towers standing only an hour ago, and just one of them remaining.
And again, one of the most disconcerting things is to think about the organization that must have been in place, the infrastructure to, if in fact this is a terrorist attack, to have set up such a disaster of such magnitude.
The Pentagon, as we mentioned, the third target of these terrorist attacks this morning. We have video from Washington of the Pentagon shortly after this attack on the Pentagon. The Federal Aviation Administration, at that point, it was clear that this was to be a threat not just on the city of New York, but on Washington as well. This is a live picture now of the fire that is burning at the Pentagon. An Associated Press reporter who was at the Pentagon, Dave Winslow, says he could see the tail of a large airliner as it plowed into the Pentagon, and that fire there in Washington continues to burn. This came only a few minutes after the double disaster at the World Trade Center. As we recap this, there is very little movement into or out of Manhattan because of subway closures, PATH train closures, bridge and tunnel closures, and this is the heart of the reason for that. The explosion, well, first of all the crash, then the second crash, and subsequently the structural failure and massive explosion that brought down 2 World Trade Center and sent debris raining down on a huge part of Lower Manhattan.
And Pat, I'm just hearing word that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department in Washington, according to a senior law enforcement official as well. We have no more details on that, but of course we will bring them to you as soon as they become available.
Our reporters have been gathered in the area near the World Trade Center tower. A number of international flights that were in the air headed to D.C. and to New York City are now being diverted on an emergency basis to nearby airports in Canada. They don't even want to land them at airports in the U.S., so Canadian airports are being used in order to take some of these international flights that left their point of origin hours ago. The crews would have heard about this on their way, and now they've made adjustments to their flight path and are bringing these airplanes into Canadian airports. The magnitude of this story, not only a New York City story, not only a Washington story, but clearly a global story at this point.
Well, of course, the whole country has no air service right now. If you just imagine in an economic sense what that does to the businesses, to have no airplanes flying in, no business meetings that are out of city occurring, across the whole country. That's just absolutely extraordinary.
And an additional advisory from New York City Transit now: there is no subway service in New York City. All subway service throughout the 5 boroughs has been suspended as a precaution after this terrorist attack at the World Trade Center. So we advise you to find your family, make sure that everyone's safe, get together, and just stay out of the streets at this point until we get a chance to assess exactly what's going on here. There is no indication that there is any further danger, but
exactly.
They are, and I don't want to be alarmist about that.
Very important.
But at this point, it would be of great help to the authorities down at the World Trade Center and the people working in that area that people just stay clear and stay home if possible.
Clearly, we have a large disaster on our hands, but and I think the officials simply don't want a larger disaster to be at risk. So that's why so many precautions have been taken. The planes are shut down nationwide by the FAA. New Jersey State Police.
There it goes. The other World Trade Center tower is collapsing. Watch your screen there.
10:28 now. The second World Trade Center, 2 World Trade Center is disintegrating.
Now the second tower has collapsed. The first collapsing.
This is 1 World Trade Center now.
That's correct. That's correct. 2 World Trade Center collapsed at about 9:55, and now that picture, it was difficult to tell with so much smoke, but 110 stories tall, 2 towers built in 1973, and They have now both come down after this terrorist
And we
attack.
can only imagine the magnitude of this force when you consider how large the bomb was in 1993 that did structural damage only to really the foundation, did not shake the structural integrity of the building. And we were assured after 1993, when the building was reopened, that it was structurally sound and ready to withstand enormous blows. So to imagine what kind of force this must have been is daunting.
Well, we've been discussing that possibility, that the fire crews would have had to consider that possibility as they were looking at this with the structural damage that tower sustained up there. Of course, there is electrical service and gas service throughout the towers, and they have both collapsed now. The antenna on top of One World Trade Center is the primary transmitter for most of the New York City television stations. They do have backup transmission facilities, but that is a vital link to communications, that antenna on top of the World Trade Center, and though they likely took that out of service because of the damage, clearly that may create some problems for other television stations as well.
Yes, I was just pointing that out as well. Now,
Mayor Giuliani is getting ready to brief reporters, and if we're able to get to that, we will bring you the comments from Mayor Giuliani. He moved into the area as this was happening, but again, because of this structural failure, they had to move people back much farther than they had first anticipated. They set up a perimeter and then immediately began to evacuate some of them. Still waiting on comments from Mayor Giuliani, and we'll bring you those as soon as he begins to make his statements. President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida at the time this happened. He made some comments initially after the attack on the World Trade Center, but before the attack on the Pentagon, and he has since boarded Air Force One and is returning to Washington to address this terrorist threat.
Okay, we understand now that it will be just a few more minutes before the mayor addresses the press. Just to recap a little bit now, 8:45, the first tower was hit. That was...
It's about 8:45 when we got the first report of a fire. By my recollection, approximately 8:54 when we got our first look at the pictures and saw that there was a significant fire, and then about 9 o'clock is when that second airplane struck the other World Trade Center
World
tower.
Trade Center coming from the west. Just a few minutes later, the president said that he was considering this an apparent terrorist act, and precautions were taken. Airports were closed. Lincoln, Battery, and Holland Tunnel were closed. The PATH train was shut down. I believe the bridges were shut down at that time as well. And then shortly thereafter, 9:55, the first World Trade Center collapsed. That was 2 World Trade Center. And then 10:28, 1 World Trade Center collapsed.
I'm sorry, Sharon. John Schumo's back on the phone with us. John, this tower, 110 stories tall, collapsing with no significant notice. The footprint of debris from a collapse of that magnitude must be tremendous. Do you have any understanding of that?
Pat, from where I am right now, we ran back to the live truck. The dust cloud, the second dust cloud, has completely covered our truck. I'm inside the live truck now looking out, and I cannot see more than 10 feet past me at this point. There is a yellow taxi which is parked right in front of us. Outside of that yellow taxi, I cannot see across the street. Faint images of emergency lights off about 20 to 30 feet in front of me. We're here in the truck with 2 complete strangers as well as our New York 1 crew. And you cannot see anything. It is the heaviest of snowfall, it appears like right now. It is as dramatic and as heart-wrenching as you could possibly imagine.
John, are you having any difficulty breathing?
Absolutely, absolutely. You can't breathe. Everyone has their shirts either off, shirts wrapped around their faces, napkins held up to their faces. At this point, it feels to me just like ash. I'm not feeling any sort of a burning sensation. in my throat. I'm essentially just having a difficult time breathing, as is everyone else down here. Thousands and thousands of us we're covered with ash right now. What else can I say? It's as if the chimney was blown right onto us. But again, no burning sensation. It doesn't seem like any sort of an acidic substance. Obviously, with planes and the jet fuel, I don't smell any jet fuel from down where I am. But again, I'm several blocks away. But right now, we're just covered in our second overwhelming dust cloud. Some debris.
Antenna on top of One World Trade Center is the primary transmitter for most of the New York City television stations. They do have backup transmission facilities, but that is a vital link to communications, that antenna on top of the World Trade Center, and though they likely took that out of service because of the damage, clearly that may create some problems for other television stations as well.
Yes, I was just pointing that out as well. Now,
Mayor Giuliani is getting ready to brief reporters, and if we're able to get to that, we will bring you the comments from Mayor Giuliani. He moved into the area as this was happening, but again, because of this structural failure, they had to move people back much farther than they had first anticipated. They set up a perimeter and then immediately began to evacuate some of them. Still waiting on comments from Mayor Giuliani, and we'll bring you those as soon as he begins to make his statements. President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida at the time this happened. He made some comments initially after the attack on the World Trade Center, but before the attack on the Pentagon, and he has since boarded Air Force One and is returning to Washington to address this terrorist threat.
Okay, we understand now that it will be just a few more minutes before the mayor addresses the press. Just to recap a little bit now, 8:45, the first tower was hit. That was...
It's about 8:45 when we got the first report of a fire. By my recollection, approximately 8:54 when we got our first look at the pictures and saw that there was a significant fire, and then about 9 o'clock is when that second airplane struck the other World Trade Center
World
tower.
Trade Center coming from the west. Just a few minutes later, the president said that he was considering this an apparent terrorist act, and precautions were taken. Airports were closed, Lincoln, Battery, and Holland Tunnel were closed. The PATH train was shut down. I believe the bridges were shut down at that time as well. And then shortly thereafter, 9:55, the first World Trade Center collapsed. That was 2 World Trade Center. And then 10:28, 1 World Trade Center collapsed.
I'm sorry, Sharon. John Schumo's back on the phone with us. John, this tower, 110 stories tall, collapsing with no significant notice. The footprint of debris from a collapse of that magnitude must be tremendous. Do you have any understanding of that?
Pat, from where I am right now, we ran back to the live truck. The dust cloud, the second dust cloud, has completely covered our truck. I'm inside the live truck now looking out, and I cannot see more than 10 feet past me at this point. There is a yellow taxi which is parked right in front of us. Outside of that yellow taxi, I cannot see across the street. Faint images of emergency lights off about 20 to 30 feet in front of me. We're here in the truck with 2 complete strangers as well as our New York 1 crew. And you cannot see anything. It is the heaviest of snowfall, it appears like right now. It is as dramatic and as heart-wrenching as you could possibly imagine.
John, are you having any difficulty breathing?
Absolutely. You can't breathe. Everyone has their shirts either off, shirts wrapped around their faces, napkins held up to their faces. At this point, it feels to me just like ash. I'm not feeling any sort of a burning sensation in my throat. I'm essentially just having a difficult time breathing, as is everyone else down here. Thousands and thousands of us we're covered with ash right now. What else can I say? It's as if the chimney was blown right onto us. But again, no burning sensation. It doesn't seem like any sort of an acidic substance. Obviously, with planes and the jet fuel, I don't smell any jet fuel from down where I am. But again, I'm several blocks away. But right now, we're just covered in our second overwhelming dust cloud. Some debris. We could see it from a distance when the second building went, but I don't see any debris here from me. Again, it is just an unexplainable amount of ash, which has covered all of downtown Manhattan.
John, what was your sense when the second building collapsed? Did the ash multiply enormously, or was it just difficult to tell?
I would say there was more ash on the first one. Maybe that's only because it was just a stunning moment. The first one appeared to me to be more overwhelming. Then again, I was running through that cloud, so my adrenaline was perhaps a bit not difficulty to concentrate is what I'm trying to say. But
we're looking now at a picture. Oh no, now we're back to a live picture. Just a few moments ago, while you were describing that, we were looking at a picture of the second tower, One World Trade Center, coming down.
And let's look at it again.
Here we go. This is
the
1028.
The second tower came with some warning. There was a large sound similar to the first tower coming down. The second tower gave way, and people just stood there as if not again. The few hundred who were still lingering down here at Battery Park City just turned and looked. We didn't think this cloud would overwhelm us as much as the other one, but sure enough, it has, and we've sprinted once again to the live truck. If we have some time, and do we have some time before I continue?
Yes.
John, go ahead. We'll listen in.
I want to bring in Mabel Chan right now. She is a producer with NBC News, one of the people who was running with us. She's bloodied, and she ran with us to the truck, and we put her in. She was absolutely covered with ash now. Mabel, I'm going to give you the phone, and if you could tell us your thoughts on this horrific day.
Hi, I was standing very close to Tower 2, and I was talking to a woman who saw what happened. And all of a sudden, the tower came down, and I thought it might have been triggered, I don't know, I'm speculating here, by the chopper going very close to that building. It appeared that chopper was perhaps looking for bodies trapped in there. And moments after that, I saw that chopper, the building started to come down, and everyone was running, and so was I. And in a pandemonium, I fell, and people ran over me. And I managed to pick myself up and keep running. And I basically just hurt myself in the knees, elbow, have a cut in my lips, and my ear, back of my ear is also bleeding. It's an absolute nightmare. It's like a war zone. It's pretty much dead right now. Surrounding us, there's nobody around except us. There are 5 of us right now in the New York 1 van.
And how many people, as far as you can see?
Right now, nobody I can see. There's nobody outside of our van except the 5 of us who are now in this New York 1 van, and we're just looking at each other and stunned.
Okay, Mabel. Well, we certainly hope that you are returned to safety soon and that you have a speedy recovery. If we could just speak with John Schumo.
Sure.
For a moment.
Sharon, I can hear you.
Hi. John, we're just having no information, it seems, on the details of the rescue effort. Do you have any sense of people being transported out? People?
From our vantage point, that is impossible to tell. I will say, again, we arrived here probably around 9:30, and we saw dozens and dozens of rescue efforts, people coming in from Brooklyn and Staten Island, ambulances. They were all heading north, obviously to the Trade Center. When this first building collapsed, at that point, this was about an hour and a half later, is my rough guess, most of the civilians were evacuated, but certainly not all. And getting out of the truck right now, as we seem to have a little bit of a reprieve from the ash, the rescue efforts from our vantage point were mobilized, obviously, around the Trade Center in the several block area. They were evacuating civilians south towards Battery Park. I don't want to speculate on the NYPD and the FBI's efforts at this point with such a loss and staring me in the face, but it seems like there were a lot of civilians in close proximity to this trade center when the first one came down. After that came down, it's like a ghost land out here with the dust and the soot flying around. When the second one came down, I saw nothing but emergency personnel running from the scene. Fire department, as well as some police officers emerged, just absolutely covered with soot head to toe. Sharon?
John, thank you very much. We've just gotten some further information, sketchy as it might be, on the attack on the State Department. This is from the AP. Senior law enforcement officials say a car bomb exploded outside the State Department. It was already among the buildings in the nation's capital evacuated due to today's attacks, fortunately. A senior official says the evacuation was because of a possible explosion or fire amid a rash of explosions in Washington and New York City.
Sharon, word from Pittsburgh that another large plane has crashed, a plane going down in western Pennsylvania. Officials at the Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh say another large plane has crashed there, and that would be consistent with these concerns that the Federal Aviation Administration had that caused them to shut down air travel at airports across the country.
So it certainly seems like that was a prudent measure and not overreacting.
And there is that car bomb report. Part of the Pentagon has collapsed as a result of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. And we have additional information about New York City schools now.
Okay, we're now looking at a picture of the Pentagon, as you can see from the sign below, Pentagon Mall and River entrances. And as you can see, it is smoldering now. The smoke is black, but the flames are not large. I don't know exactly what part of the Pentagon that is.
Let me, we'll leave that picture up, and I do want to get this information out to parents. Parents of children at PS or IS 89 should know that their children have been walked to PS 41. They have made their way safely to PS 41, and parents should pick their children up there. Again, that's public school 89. Those students are now at PS 41, which you'll find at 116 West 11th Street. So parents should see their children there. Students from PS 234 have been walked to PS 41 as well. PS 234 students have been walked safely to PS 41, again at 116 West 11th Street. And students from PS 150 are being evacuated as well. They will be found at PS 3. Public School 3 is at Christopher and Hudson.
Okay. We will continue to repeat this information so that parents can be sure to join with their children. It certainly is going to be difficult for them to get to their children because there's no subway service, but at least you know that your children have, they are in those schools, have been safely transported.
The impact of this on transportation to and from New York has been dramatic. Planes that were headed for New York City or Washington were diverted to Canada to try to establish a safe landing in Canada. We have the tunnels closed, the subway system is shut down, commuter rail, Metro North, Long Island Railroad, and so forth is all shut down. New York One's Kristen Shaughnessy back on the telephone with us from the area near the World Trade Center. Kristen?
Good morning again, Pat. I am actually just across from City Hall. I don't have to tell you with that second explosion. The dust did not seem as bad, but it still extended all the way over here. And I'm told that they can feel that dust in Brooklyn, believe it or not. It's basically it was skirting across the ground, and you could just see people covered. Many, many people have masks over their heads, or over their mouths and their noses, and there are virtually no civilians in this area. I have to commend the law enforcement officials. They really did an admirable job getting everyone that they could out of this area. So it seems like for now it's pretty much deserted. Where I am literally the only one here.
Wow, that must be so eerie.
It's unbelievable because you hear these explosions. In fact, I just heard another one. I don't know if it was like an after effect or whatnot, just while you were on the phone talking about the school closings. And it wasn't as big, obviously, as the other ones, but it still sent a tremor all the way over here, and I'm obviously on the other side of the World Trade Center, on the other side of the city. And it's just unbelievable. And then you see people walking around, and the interesting thing is no one is screaming, really. Everyone is just walking around with this look on their face. No one's saying anything to anyone. And, you do see some people who need, obviously, medical help. I had a man who was begging to get some medical help, which they did. And I hear ambulances every once in a while going through, police cars every once in a while going through. But that is that's what it is right now. But literally, there is no one around here. And obviously, if you've ever been down by the courts here in City Hall, you know that is
teeming with activity.
Yeah.
Kristen, our colleagues at CNN reporting now that the Pentagon is monitoring another plane behaving erratically and attempting to determine whether that is another hijacked plane, but there is no information as to exactly where in the country that airplane is located, but that is another situation that they are dealing with as federal officials in Washington track this terrorist attack. And we have this report from the Pittsburgh area that a large plane crashed there approximately 20 minutes ago in the area near Pennsylvania at the Somerset County Airport.
And it does not indicate how many people were aboard that plane or what airline, any other information beyond that.
I'm hearing another explosion, just so you know. I'm hearing another rumble. It's not as bad as the other ones were, but I don't know if you have pictures that you can see.
We have a picture, and we don't see anything beyond the enormous billows of smoke that have been there, but no additional bursts from our vantage point.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt, Sharon.
No.
What you can feel when these tremors come is that it literally comes up under your feet. That's what it feels like. That's the best way I know to describe it.
And Kristen, I mean, that area of Lower Manhattan, while the entire area of Manhattan is built on solid bedrock, there is so much infrastructure underneath the city there that that has to be a concern with every one of these explosions. There are every subway line in the city converging down there. The PATH train comes in there. There's the subterranean mall at the World Trade Center. It's an area that would be susceptible to those sort of tremors moving through.
Absolutely. And let me just tell you, I had told you how deserted this area was, and all of a sudden I just saw a number of civilians who are now walking north, and it looks like they may have been in a basement or something. Now they're trying to get them out. Well, it looks like it may be relatively safe because, like I said, I hadn't seen any civilians in this area, and now there are a number of people with briefcases and things as if they were going to work now headed uptown. They're trying to get everyone to either Midtown or the Upper East Side. That's what they're telling people to do.
Kristen, just a note here. We have just gotten word that all federal office buildings in Washington, D.C. are now being evacuated, again, as a precautionary measure. But as this apparently widens in its scope, there are more and more precautionary measures taken to prevent a larger and larger disaster from occurring.
Approximately 40 to 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center, and this was late enough in the day that many of them would have arrived at their desks at that point. I'd like to take you back through some of the developments through the morning and the videotape that we have seen as we've gone through these various developments through the morning. And we will begin, we'll continue to look at this live picture until we have some of that videotape ready. But it was 8:45 this morning when we received the first word that there was a fire at the World Trade Center. At that point, it wasn't clear to us exactly what the cause of that fire was. And then as we had our live cameras trained on the World Trade Center at about 9 o'clock, we saw the impact of the second airplane, which hit two World Trade Centers. So the first airplane ripped that hole in one World Trade Center. The second airplane ripped the hole in two World Trade Center. And as that plane was coming in, we were looking at it live at the time, and it was just a speck off in the distance, but we could see that aircraft coming in and charting what we now know and assume to be a deliberate course into the side of the World Trade Center. It took some time after that. Sharon Dees and us had joined me here at New York One at that time, and then we began to see the structural failure of these towers.
And we were discussing our concerns about.
Sorry, Sharon. This is we're just going to bring up that shot of the incident at 9 o'clock this morning. Watch the right side of your screen for the plane.
There's a small black dot that you can see. That is the plane, and it is about to have impact right there. And that is 2 World Trade Center. Both of those buildings are no longer standing. Both of those buildings, 1,362 feet high, no longer standing. 50,000 people work in them each day.
And following that, we got those 2 structural failures of the 2 World Trade Center towers, and that perhaps came as the biggest surprise, is just how quickly these buildings disintegrated.
This was the first one about 9:55. 2 World Trade Center just collapsing like a heap of dominoes, leaving you with a sick feeling in your stomach, wondering how many people were in there, how many people were hurt.
And then to about half an hour after the first structural failure, here's another. It began with an explosion near the top, near the scene of the plane crash, and the building, story by story, from top to bottom, ripped apart. That transmission tower on the top of One World Trade Center, you saw it for a moment just tumbling away. And when you consider that the World Trade Center is nearly 1,400 feet tall, or more correctly was 1,400 feet tall, the difficulty in that as it fell was that the path of debris could have been a quarter of a mile in any direction. We were looking at a live picture there, and we're going to try to get another angle of this as the fire continues to burn.
And then, of course, as the word of the disaster in the World Trade Center was coming out, at around 9:40, we hear word that the Pentagon has been hit as well, that another plane had landed in the Pentagon. And there were reports that the tail part of a plane had been seen with billowing smoke there, and then the waves of precautionary measures began in Washington, D.C., evacuating the White House, evacuating the Pentagon and the State Department, and eventually all of the buildings in Washington, D.C.
In some ways, this is the least of our concerns now, but this, of course, is primary day in New York City. We have just received word that election has been canceled or at least postponed, so there is no need to go to the polls today. They are going to make some sort of contingency to have that primary election on another day, and the city will turn its attention to the tragedy at the World Trade Center instead.
Just in terms of trying to function today, you should know that subway service in New York City has been canceled. Of course, all air service in and out of New York City across the country has been canceled until further notice by the FAA. Earlier, of course, they started out by canceling service at LaGuardia and JFK, but this has sort of widened and widened in its scope in terms of actual problems, actual devastation, and in terms of precautionary measures to contain the devastation.
Is this a live picture that I'm looking at here? Okay, this is tape from earlier. I guess we can see there that it was at the time that at least one of the World Trade Center towers was still standing. And we just, from the shots that we've seen, we actually don't know if there is anything to speak of left of the two World Trade Center towers. We know that there's nothing that's tall enough that it's above the skyline of the rest of the buildings in Lower Manhattan there, and you can see that smoke that is continuing to pour from the area, but much of it now is the cloud of dust, and
we have returned to a live picture.
This is a live picture once again. That cloud of dust is going to take a tremendous amount of time to settle, and at that point we may have some better sense of the damage, and you can imagine the difficulty that the firefighters that have got into the area there have in working through that cloud of dust, because it is such a harsh environment for them, even with their breathing apparatus. Those air tanks last a few minutes, and we are now a full 2 hours into this.
Now I understand that we have our news director, Peter Landis, in Midtown now with some reports on the telephone. Peter?
Hi, Sharon and Pat. I'm not hearing you very well, a lot of breakup, but I can tell you that right now I'm on 46th Street. I veered off 11th Avenue because traffic is at a standstill. I've been trying to come in for about the last, ever since I got word, from North New Jersey, headed toward the Washington Bridge, and people were just besides themselves. I passed a couple in the car. The wife was hysterical, basically, and the husband pretty much was too. Big sign like I've never seen before that was lit up says George Washington Bridge closed, state of emergency. Lots of rumors, people, some of which I don't know will turn out to be true, and I don't want to repeat them now here on the phone. But basically, just lots of people disbelieving, looking at first at the smoke billowing from the Trade Center, then a short while later, looking back and seeing just smoke and seeing the Trade Center gone. I did not actually see them collapse.
Peter? I'm sorry, we're going to have to interrupt you for just a moment. We have the mayor in a live news conference. If you could just stand by.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's on the phone. I'm sorry.
Is the mayor speaking to us? Mayor Giuliani, can you hear us?
Mayor Giuliani?
Is it?
Okay, we understand he is coming momentarily on the telephone. And
Mayor Giuliani, are you with us on the telephone?
Yes, we are going to hold for a moment. The mayor will visit with you momentarily.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll just keep the line open and wait to hear Mayor Giuliani's voice if he can join us here. Again, New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani has been in the area near the World Trade Center and standing by to speak to us.
okay, let's just use this time, this opportunity once more to describe what parents can, to put some parents' minds at ease. Students from PS 234 have been walked to PS 41. Students from PS 150 have been walked or are being walked to PS 3, located at Christopher and Hudson Street. Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
It's Pat Kernan and Sharon Deasenhouse on the
Hi,
Accurate
Pat.
Desk.
We are going to put the mayor on momentarily.
Thank
This is
you.
Sonny Mandel.
Okay.
He's currently, I believe he's on the phone with the governor right now.
Okay,
All
Sonny,
right.
while you do that, we will continue to let
Please
people
just
know
interrupt
about
us, Sonny.
schools.
Yeah.
Okay, PS and IS 89 are being walked over to PS 41 as well. The location for PS 41, if you have any children at PS IS 89, is 116 West 11th Street, and parents are urged to pick their children up there. Students from PS 234 also being taken to PS 41, 116 West 11th Street, and again, students from PS 150 taken to PS 3, located at Christopher and Hudson Street.
Sonny, are you still on the line with us as we wait for the mayor? No, we're just waiting for Mayor Giuliani to join us by telephone for an update. Yes, we are.
Okay. All right.
Are we still waiting for the mayor?
Okay. You are about to be on with the mayor.
Okay.
Pat? Mayor Giuliani, it's Pat Kernan. I'm with Sharon Deasenhouse here. I wonder if you could give us an update of the emergency operations right now, please.
The first thing I'd like to do is take this opportunity to tell everyone to remain calm and, to the extent that they can, to evacuate Lower Manhattan. Walk north. If you're in Lower Manhattan, walk north and get above Canal Street. Things will be a lot safer. We have as many police personnel and fire personnel as we can spare down there, and they'll help direct you out. But try to get out of Lower Manhattan.
Mayor Giuliani, we should stress, is there any immediate threat? This should be an orderly, calm evacuation at this point.
Right now, everyone should, other than Lower Manhattan, where people should evacuate, and the police and fire will help you, everybody else should remain calm. They should remain at work or in school. We don't want them all out there crowding things and making it difficult, because we're going to be moving people around to hospitals all over the city, and we need as much order as we possibly can get.
Mayor Giuliani, do you have any sense of the order of magnitude of injuries and deaths?
I do not, except to say that it's horrendous. I was down there and watched it and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. It's a horrible, horrible situation. I think right now what we have to focus on is saving as many of the people as we can save at this point and trying to bring some order to this. And then maybe later on we'll have a better sense of the magnitude of it. We have a lot of police officers, a lot of firefighters, a lot of emergency personnel that were down there. And the thing to do now is to evacuate Lower Manhattan in an orderly way. Just get above Canal Street, and then this way we'll have the space and the room for the ambulances and everyone else to operate. We're going to try to get subways down into Lower Manhattan so that people can take the subway out. The subway, and we should have further information about that in a little while. That might help alleviate some of the pressure in Lower Manhattan. We've been in contact with the White House and asked them to secure the space around the city. They've been doing that for at least the last hour and a half. I've spoken to the governor several times, and the governor and I agree that the election today should be canceled.
Yes.
Mayor Giuliani,
the election will, as soon as we can, we'll figure out an alternative date for it, but we need all the police personnel and everything else that we can to focus on the evacuation effort.
Absolutely. Mayor Giuliani, do you have any sense of what the status of the bunker is? Is it at all operational?
That is right in the middle of both the police department, and that area is all cordoned off. We've moved city government to the firehouse in Greenwich Village. That's where I'm operating from right now, and we'll probably operate from a police facility in the area of Greenwich Village shortly.
Mayor Giuliani,
everything in Lower Manhattan, except for the people that are there for rescue efforts has been removed. We removed everyone from City Hall. We removed everyone from the police department other than the most necessary communications personnel. And we've moved up above Canal Street. And that's what we're urging everyone to do. We literally walked out and helped walk people out. And we're urging them all to get above Canal Street so that we have the fewest number of people down there possible, and just those down there for the rescue effort.
Mayor Giuliani, what extent did we have as far as warning that this was happening? Was there any indication?
As far as I know, there was no warning. There was no one made a threat. There was no warning. When I communicated with the White House, they confirmed to me that the Pentagon had been attacked. I haven't even been able to see that. I see the shots right now of the World Trade Center, but I haven't seen what happened to the Pentagon.
Did the fire department have any warning that the structures of the two World Trade Center towers were compromised? Did they have some sense that they had to pull their people away from there?
We were actually in a building 2 blocks away when it crashed and had to evacuate the building, and for a while was stuck in it. So I can't tell you right now if they knew. And my recollection is when we were in the building, we probably had about a minute's notice, maybe 2 minutes.
I understand that there have been reports that the alleged hijackers communicated with the air traffic control at Logan Airport, indicating that a hijacking was in place. Have you heard any such thing?
I've heard that on the street, but I have not had that confirmed.
So there was no warning to New York?
There was no warning that we know of. I have the police commissioner here with me. We had no warning. Correct? No, we had no warning.
Is there any indication?
As far as I know, there was no warning. There was no one made a threat. There was no warning. When I communicated with the White House, they confirmed to me that the Pentagon had been attacked. I haven't even been able to see that. I see the shots right now of the World Trade Center, but I haven't seen what happened to the Pentagon.
Did the fire department have any warning that the structures of the two World Trade Center towers were compromised? Did they have some sense that they had to pull their people away from there?
We were actually in a building 2 blocks away when it crashed and had to evacuate the building, and for a while was stuck in it. So I can't tell you right now if they knew. And my recollection is when we were in the building, we probably had about a minute's notice, maybe 2 minutes.
I understand that there have been reports that the alleged hijackers communicated with the air traffic control at Logan Airport, indicating that a hijacking was in place. Have you heard any such thing?
I've heard that on the street, but I have not had that confirmed.
So there was no warning to New York?
There was no warning that we know of. I have the police commissioner here with me. We had no warning. Correct? No, we had no warning of any kind until the first plane hit, and then the second.
Mayor Giuliani, since we have New Yorkers listening, and obviously their thoughts are with the people who are down there.
Urge them to remain calm, to remain at home, or to remain at their place of business, unless they're in Lower Manhattan. By that I mean south of Canal Street. If you're south of Canal Street, get out, walk, and walk slowly, carefully. There are plenty of police around, but just walk directly. If you can't figure out what else to do, just walk directly north. That'll get you out of the dangerous smoke area. It'll also do us a big favor. It'll open up those streets, because we're going to be moving a large number of ambulances and emergency personnel in and out of there all day. I've talked to the governor. He is putting the National Guard on alert so that they can relieve our police officers and our firefighters later this afternoon. And we've asked the federal government for help from the Urban Search and Rescue Team. So right now, we're using all of our police and firefighters and emergency personnel to help the people down there. Later on, we're probably going to need reinforcements.
Mayor Giuliani, I realize that it must be more than a chaotic situation, particularly since the bunker has been compromised and cordoned off. But can you give us any sense? There are so many people watching now who must have loved ones down in that area and are concerned of the systematic...
My heart goes out to them. I've never seen anything like this. I was there from shortly after it happened and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. It's a horrible, horrible situation. And all that I can tell them is that every resource that we have is attempting to rescue as many people as possible. And the end result is going to be some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet. But right now, we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
Can you give us a sense of, if there is in fact some system being implemented, what that system is, and where people are being taken?
People we're triaging. People are being taken to every area hospital possible, even virtually within minutes. I drove down right past St. Vincent's Hospital, and I could see them actually on the street ready to take people, and that was within minutes of the first airplane hitting the World Trade Center. So the hospitals are ready. We'll be moving them to all different area hospitals, triaging them. The main thing is having those streets open so that we can get people in and out of the southern part of Manhattan as quickly as possible, so that we can move them, to hospitals all over the city.
And Mayor Giuliani, we'll let you.
Is in place. They're doing it. We just need the cooperation of people in getting out of there.
We'll let you get back to the operations there, and we do appreciate you taking the time for us here.
But once again, the only thing to do now is to remain calm and try to assist in the rescue effort.
Thank you.
Now let's pray.
All of us.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and we hope to speak with you later on in the day.
Rudolph Giuliani with an update, and again his plea for an orderly evacuation of the area of Lower Manhattan surrounding the World Trade Center. He did not indicate any additional security threat there, but rather just wants the opportunity for the police, fire, and ambulance crews to get in and out of the area as efficiently as possible. So on that basis, the mayor has asked the people who are in the area, who are able to walk north and get up into the areas into Midtown, should do so in an orderly fashion.
Right. One of the more concerning things that he said or didn't say was that it was very difficult to get him to enumerate what the structural plans were for sort of evacuating people, and he had no sense of the order of magnitude of numbers of people who were injured, numbers of people who had been transported, numbers of people who were in the building at the time. So these things we must wonder about and will be concerned about throughout the day until we get that information.
Simply a chaotic scene there, and the mayor described how unexpected all of the developments on this were. Speaking to the police commissioner who was at his side as he spoke to us live on NY1, Mayor Giuliani said that there was no warning that this attack on the World Trade Center was about to occur. There was no warning that the second attack was about to occur, and then once the fire and police personnel moved in and thought they were dealing with a fire that was confined to the top of the World Trade Center towers, they quickly heard that next explosion, and the structure of the two towers was compromised, and in relatively quick succession the two towers ripped apart, one of them at about 9:35 as I recall, and the second one at about 10 o'clock this morning.
10:30, 10:28. Yes, and again, Mayor Giuliani is just encouraging absolutely everyone who can get out of that area to get out of that area, both to protect them and also to simplify the rescue efforts for the personnel who are in there trying to get the injured out.
Update for you on commuter rail service now. Long Island Railroad trains are running on Long Island but are not coming into the city. They are stopping them before they get to Brooklyn. And Metro North trains are running as far as 125th Street, so they're coming into the station in Harlem but not going any further than that.
Pat, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. I understand that we have Arthur Chien on the phone who was stuck in a subway station and had to crawl out. Arthur, is that true?
Well, I don't want to say too much. Let's put it this way. What happened, we were told, on the subway system, I'm down at Spring Street along the 456 line, was that AC power went out. This is approximately an hour ago. And you have a number of trains, people trying to head down, either down to the Fulton Street area or through the Fulton Street area. Now, when we first got on the train, give you an idea, at around 9 o'clock is when I got the call to head down there, and I thought that by going underground it might be faster. We were warned that the trains would not be stopping at Fulton Street. That's obviously before the towers collapsed. When the towers collapsed, that probably shorted out the AC. So for the last hour or so, a number of subway trains all along the 456 line, certainly in this area, were frozen. Now, we're told the reason why we couldn't move forward was twofold. First, the loss of AC power made it impossible to move the train, and then when that was restored, when the signals were restored, There was a problem of other trains being stacked in front of us that needed to be evacuated, and apparently one of those trains had mechanical difficulty as well. Not a lot of information coming down here, however, and there's certainly a question of whether or not the structure of the underground system has been compromised as a result of the towers collapsing. Obviously, until they determine, even if it hasn't actually punctured the surface of the street, they've got to wait to see if there's a threat of collapse within the subway system before they're going to start running down there. And I heard the mayor ask people just to avoid that area altogether. If for those people who are in the subway system already, it's too late for the last hour or so. They're already down here. But if you're planning on coming down in this part of town and thought maybe you could bypass it going to Brooklyn or coming from Brooklyn, that might not be very wise. I think that's one of the reasons why that recommendation for people to stay at home or just to stay out of that general vicinity is really good advice. Right now, we don't have much else on that, just that you can't get through down here.
Arthur,
yes?
I'm sorry, at this point we should just let you know as well that all subway service in the city has been suspended for the time being.
Oh, well, that wasn't information that we were given down here. I mean, the conductor was running up and down trying to make sure that everybody could hear, but there really wasn't any information other than the fact that electricity was out. We were stuck because there are trains in front and behind us. Now, I hear some trains moving about. They're probably trying to evacuate the people that they already have in the system. There were a lot of people who obviously were a bit agitated. The car that I was in was air conditioned, so people were okay. There was one woman who was getting claustrophobic, and passengers sort of came to her aid and gave her some advice on how to calm down. But obviously, if you're in a subway car that's not air conditioned, you probably see people passing out by now because we were stuck for over an hour.
Arthur Chian, thank you, and we will check back with you as you continue to monitor the developments on the subway system. There is, despite the fact that you can hear the trains moving around behind Arthur there, we do not know of any actual subway service other than sort of moving people who were on trains off trains, but the indication to us has been that they are keeping the subway system closed as a precaution and trying to establish if there is any additional threat, and if they can move those subways safely. The weight of the collapse of those two World Trade Center towers would have come down directly above the area that is home to many of the subway lines in Lower Manhattan, and as Arthur mentioned, it is far from the immediate priority to determine the structures there.
Pat, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. We have Andrew Kurtzman on the line, who is with the fire department, with Mayor Giuliani at a fire department station in Greenwich Village, and was with him at the time of the collapse. Andrew?
Sharon, I was standing alone on Chambers Street about an hour ago. It was deserted with about an inch of soot on the street. They were evacuating Chambers Street because they had some kind of fear of some kind of incident that might take place there. I don't think it came to pass.
Andrew, sorry, just pause for one moment here. I just want to explain what we're looking at here. This is a videotape that's just been delivered back to NY1 here of one of our crews as they were first responding to the scene. So this is unedited videotape, and we're going to be looking at these images as you speak, Andrew. I'm sorry to interrupt. Continue.
No, feel free to interrupt me. I can't see the videotape, Pat, so I'm at a disadvantage here. Mayor Giuliani appeared about 45 minutes ago on Chambers Street near Church Street. We began walking up Church Street when the second building proceeded to collapse, and a huge flume of smoke went up into the air, and the mayor and his party started running up 6th Avenue. A plainclothes detective threw his arm around Mayor Giuliani as we took off, not knowing what the repercussions of that second explosion would be. The emergency operations center near the World Trade Center is not being used for security reasons. There was something of an odyssey that took place looking for a place to set up a makeshift command center. First, the mayor and his party traveled to the Tribeca Grand Hotel. We walked into the lobby where they had cleared out the lobby to make room for this emergency command station. The mayor did not think it was satisfactory. We then went up further, probably another 10 blocks, to an engine company in the West Village, where we stood outside a fire engine company that was locked. All the fire engines and all the personnel had been called down to the World Trade Center, and for about 10 minutes they tried to break into this fire station as the mayor stood by and the police commissioner stood by, waiting to set up an operations center. That's kind of wanted to paint a picture of kind of the seat of the pants operation that they've been forced to construct here because of the explosion downtown. They've now taken residents up in a firehouse here. I'm watching as we speak. The mayor comforts some people as they've walked into the firehouse. He is in the chief's office right now. Commissioner Carrick is here, several of the mayor's aides, some plainclothes detectives, and they are trying to construct what it literally took them years to construct in a more permanent way, which is that operations center downtown, and now it's all hinging on a small office here in a firehouse in the village.
In front of the local school down there, PS 89. When I was talking to a friend and the bomb hit, we said we heard a big explosion. We went running and we saw the first one. And the school, the PS 89 is right there. So all the parents that were there went in there and the principal was calling. And then the police came and they told us to stay in, but we decided that we'd prefer. I was in the World Trade bombing, the first one. And I just find it's better to take and leave, evacuate an area like that. And then my husband works Solomon Smith Barney, which is that building right in the firing line there, if you notice, right below. And he saw the second plane go in.
You saw the plane hit?
Saw the second plane come in.
Just describe for me what it looked like.
It's either an Airbus or a 767. Just came up, swerved, aimed right into it.
It didn't look like it was...
It was not an accident. Absolutely not. Aimed right to the middle of the second building.
How scary is this?
It's unbelievable. It's just, and everyone just evacuated on their own.
We want to stay away from any major public areas, anywhere there's public transportation. We just don't feel comfortable right now.
What's your name, ma'am?
Louise Burke.
Louise, B-U-R-K-E?
Right.
Your husband?
Joe Miller.
Joe Miller, right.
M-I-L-L?
M-I-L-L-E-R, Miller.
Okay, all right, guys, take care. We'll be right down here in the middle of it.
That was videotape, I would guess, about 90 minutes ago. New York One reporter Andrew Siff speaking to some of the people who were evacuating from Lower Manhattan. We are continuing to watch this videotape for the first time together, so it is unedited videotape, so you may see the camera jump from time to time, but this is tape after the first plane crash at the World Trade Center, after the second plane crash,
but
as
before
people
both
were
buildings
evacuating.
Had collapsed. You can still see two standing World Trade Center buildings.
On the left side of your screen, you're looking at the live picture from that scene now, and you can see the contrast between the two pictures. The World Trade Center buildings no longer standing, a massive amount of dust and debris in their place in Lower Manhattan.
And do we have this? Okay, I understand now. We had a chance to speak with Mayor Giuliani just a few moments ago. Here is what he had to say.
To the extent that they can, to evacuate Lower Manhattan. Walk north. If you're in Lower Manhattan, walk north and get above Canal Street. Things will be a lot safer. We have as many police personnel and fire personnel as we can spare down there, and they'll help direct you out. But try to get out of Lower Manhattan.
Mayor Giuliani, we should
So obviously Mayor Giuliani trying to get people out of the area in order to help the personnel to remove those who have been injured, and in order to be able to do their job as they must do. Also, we didn't hear this, Mayor Giuliani calling for calm.
This videotape, again, shot well over an hour ago. This was just in the minutes after the explosion that ripped down the first of the two towers to collapse. And you can see at that point people running away, just having no idea what the threat was. It was in the moments that we saw when both towers were still standing, a more orderly evacuation, but then there was that explosion through to World Trade Center initially, the South Tower that collapsed, and this is just in those few minutes as people just had no idea what they were dealing with and were running for safety, trying to get out of the footprint of any sort of debris that might have fallen.
Also, I have seen on, and actually I don't even know which television station it was, report that part of the Pentagon has now collapsed as well.
And we should put this into the context of the national situation, because although New York City was hit first with these two terrorist attacks, planes crashing into the towers of the World Trade Center in rapid succession, there was, following that, the plane that was crashed into the Pentagon. There was a car bomb outside the State Department, and there is a report that there is a large jetliner crashed at an airport near Pittsburgh. That one appears, from what we're seeing, to have not been targeting a building, but still we need to get information on what's been happening at that area.
We are now looking at a live
Pittsburgh.
picture of the Pentagon. You can't tell exactly what area has collapsed. Obviously, it is on the other side of the Pentagon from our perspective. Again, an eerily, sickeningly familiar sight of billowing smoke. Now we're back here at the World Trade Center area. A disaster of, I would say, unprecedented magnitude.
I simply can't think of a news story of this magnitude and a disaster. This is the videotape when only one of the two towers remained standing, and you can watch here. I think the explosion is about to occur as we watch this videotape. The fire was burning. They had moved in personnel in the area to try to fight the fire, but what was unknown to everybody was just how fragile the structure of the World Trade Center was.
And one wonders whether some of it was weakened in the 1993 bombing, or whether in fact it simply wasn't structurally sound enough to sustain this. In any case,
if there's something that was a mitigating circumstance here, you would have to consider it lucky that the aircraft hit the top of the tower rather than the bottom, because as you saw, with the explosion originating at the top, it collapsed floor by floor upon itself, and that would have minimized the footprint of that debris. And by minimizing the footprint of the debris, I'm still talking about an area of blocks and blocks around the World Trade Center.
Easily 15 blocks square.
But had the explosion been at the base of the tower and in some way compromise the structure at the base of the tower, it's a quarter of a mile tall,
right.
And for it to topple over would have been much more devastating than the situation which developed, which
is already devastating beyond imagination.
Right.
I mean, we must be grateful to some extent for what didn't happen, but what has happened is unfathomable.
When we spoke to Mayor Giuliani earlier, he was describing his own movement into the area. They immediately tried to get into the area to learn of what this difficulty was. The city's emergency operations center is in the World Trade Center complex. They quickly found that that was not an option for them, and as Rick Kurtzman described, they tried to find another place from which to coordinate this operation. So the emergency operations in that sense are crippled.
Right, and so they're now working out of an engine company in Greenwich Village. I guess what is presumed to be a safe or as safe a distance from the area as possible. The bunker, unfortunately, which was just completed, has been cordoned off and is, of course, in the center of the World Trade Center area. So is of no use after.
Let's listen in to this raw videotape.
Got the initial fall, got the debris, turned my camera around like this, and ran up to where we are now, which must be 10, 12 blocks away from the scene. I'm exhausted.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right.
All right.
From the scene. I'm exhausted.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right.
All right. Photographer for one of the other stations in the city describing the fact that he was caught near the Trade Center towers as the structure was compromised and as one of the towers began to fall.
Just a side note, we've seen an awful lot of interviewing of other news-gathering organizations thus far, and I think a lot of it is banding together in a very difficult situation. And also, of course, the news-gatherers are putting themselves into harm's way. So they're, in many cases, both the ones with the best perspective and the ones who've made themselves vulnerable, as we saw with Kristen.
We've had a lot of difficulty getting information about the extent of injuries. We know some 40 to 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center with the PATH trains and the subway trains in the basement. Approximately 150,000 people pass through the World Trade Center on a daily basis, and it has been extremely difficult to get a sense of their well-being and the number of people hurt, and we are trying to get that information for you because we know how many of you are watching and have loved ones who work in that area. New York One producer Rose Del Castillo is in the area and trying to get a sense of the magnitude of the injuries. Rose?
Hi, Pat.
I walked down under the FDR Drive along the East River to come down toward Beekman Hospital, where there are injuries being brought in. And as I was walking downtown, hundreds of people were walking toward me, coming the opposite way. They were covered in dust. A lot of men had their undershirts wrapped around their head, masks. It was a lot of people were trying to figure out how to get out of the city. It was a very eerie feeling walking downtown, being the only one walking against traffic, people traffic. When I got down here, I saw at Beekman Hospital a firefighter was brought in, but I heard it was just a leg injury. He was brought in by way of a pickup truck, which was filled with dust. When they opened the back of it, it just fell out on the ground. As I walked in the area, I was handed a face mask. Scattered injuries being brought in right now.
Rose, is it primarily a fire and police department operation right now, or is it sort of a civilian operation where New Yorkers are getting together and the less seriously injured helping the more seriously injured to find some sort of refuge?
Well, actually, I saw a man taking in an older man by way of a desk swivel chair. There was no wheelchair. He had a chair on wheels, from an office chair actually, and brought him in. He was injured, and that was just another, I guess, co-worker. So there are people being helped out by other residents.
Rose, during the World Trade Center bombing in '93, I was at Beekman Hospital, and I remember that they turned the whole downstairs into a triage center, including the cafeteria. I would expect that has occurred today as well.
Yes, I haven't gotten a full sense of what's going on here. It's pretty crowded. I haven't made my way through. I heard over the loudspeaker there just a couple of seconds ago that they are accepting blood donations.
Where are they suggesting where people go? Because obviously it's not down there.
I think from the hospital. I think people that are in the hospital right now.
Oh, in the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. Because if the mayor's asking people to leave the area, it's difficult for people to make blood donations.
Yeah, I think it was an internal internal loudspeaker. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I think we could extend that to the rest of the city. If people want to make blood donations to hospitals, that's probably a good idea.
Clearly, we can make that assumption, and for people to get ahead of the curve there in doing that, we'll attempt to make some phone calls and find out if there are particular blood centers set up where people can make donations that are outside of that area of Lower Manhattan where the difficulty is. I'm getting some more information here about the specific airplane that crashed into the World Trade Center. One of them, American Airlines Flight 11, American Airlines says that it was hijacked after takeoff. It was a Boston Logan Airport to Los Angeles International Airport flight. We heard earlier Flight 11 was a Boeing 767. American has not yet indicated the number of passengers on that plane, and American is scheduled to hold a news conference shortly to explain what it was able to learn.
Just again, for parents who are trying to get to their children who may have been at school in the area, I want to repeat that information one more time. People who have children at PS IS 89, the children have been taken to PS 41 at 116 West 11th Street. Parents can pick their children up there. Students from PS 234 have been taken to PS 41 as well. Again, 116 West 11th Street. Students from PS 150 have been taken to PS 3, located at Christopher and Hudson M. We have word that we understand that those children have been safely transported there.
Another update from American Airlines now. American Airlines, speaking euphemistically at this point, saying it has lost 2 of its aircraft. And remember here we have now, we believe, 4 aircraft involved in these various incidents around the country, the 2 in New York, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 in the area outside of Pittsburgh. So I don't know if both of these American Airlines planes were the ones involved here in New York, but American Airlines says the total number of passengers on board those 2 planes was 156 people. That is our first indication of the magnitude of the death toll here, but with the destruction on the ground at the World Trade Center, that is really where the focus of this operation
and
is
Pat,
right now.
We have to think, not to be inordinately negative, but this is an inordinately negative situation, that number is a whole different order of magnitude. I mean, 156 people on the plane. If 50,000 people, or 40,000 people even, are in the World Trade Centers on a daily basis working there, this occurred, both of these explosions occurred roughly at rush hour. So one has to assume that a good portion of those people had arrived.
While we continue to gather more information for you, if you have, for whatever reason, just woken up or just tuned in and are getting a sense of what's happening, a series of terrorist attacks on the U.S. began at about 8:45 this morning, and here's the timeline. It was about 8:45, 8:50 perhaps, that a plane apparently deliberately flown into the side of One World Trade Center. That's the north tower of the World Trade Center, the one with the television antenna on top. 9 o'clock this morning, a second plane crashed into the World Trade Center, and at that point, live cameras from various locations on the ground, helicopters, the Empire State Building, those cameras were trained on the World Trade Center, looking at what appeared to be a fire that was confined to one of the buildings, not knowing that there was a second terrorist attack about to be perpetrated on the World Trade Center. That plane was seen flying across the Hudson River through the sky, slamming into the side of 2 World Trade Center, and a massive explosion happened at that point.
Okay, also we have some video of the explosions as these buildings came down. Just before 10 o'clock, 2 World Trade Center just collapsed before our eyes as we were on the phone with Kristen Shaughnessy, who had to flee the area. And you can see as it slowly crumbles down floor by floor. And then at about 10:28, One World Trade Center collapsed. That is the one that has the antenna for transmission of television signals, among other things.
A bit of public service information again for you here. The city has asked us to request that any 911 operator who is off duty today get in touch with the 911 center or report to duty. All 911 operators are requested to report for duty. It was only minutes after this incident that the city asked that any off-duty fire and police personnel report to duty. And as Mayor Giuliani told us when he spoke to us about 30 minutes ago, they've asked that the National Guard come in the mayor's discussion with the White House and the governor.
Do we still have John Schumo standing by? John Schumo, are you still in Battery Park City?
While we wait to get John back on the line here, again, another update on some of these other attacks. Our colleagues at CNN now reporting that United Airlines says its Flight 93 originated at Newark, was en route to San Francisco, and it is the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh. That's United Airlines Flight 93, originated from Newark Airport this morning, headed to San Francisco, and United Airlines Flight 93 crashed near Pittsburgh. That from CNN. American Airlines has also been providing details about the 2 planes that it says were hijacked. American Airlines now saying a total of 164 passengers and crew members killed. We know that one of those American planes was one of the ones involved in the attack on the World Trade Center, a 767 loaded with jet fuel, crashing in to the World Trade Center, leading to this stunning, horrific turn of events that has brought down both of the World Trade Center towers.
Pat, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. I understand we have Andrew Siff now standing by at the West Side Highway and Canal. Andrew?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you are seeing right now?
Well, we just moved north from the north side of CMCC at North Moore Street and the West Side Highway. We were told to move north because there were some concerns on the part of emergency personnel that some gas lines were hit in some of the explosions and that methane gas might be a danger to the public. Now, this is one of the situations where you hear a police or firefighter talking about such a situation and it creates something close to panic. So you saw thousands of people running north along the West Side Highway. We joined them because we were told that danger was imminent. We're now at Canal Street and the West Side Highway where they've moved some of the staging areas north.
Andrew, I believe we saw that video earlier and saw you speaking with some of the people. We also saw them running up, I guess, the pathway where the West Side Highway is. If we have that video now, it would be good to look at that as Andrew describes what he saw. Okay.
Yeah, we saw the South Tower. We were talking to someone and we saw the tower basically collapse from the top down in a huge fiery explosion, and the smoke billowed several blocks north of where the tower imploded. And then maybe a half hour later, the other tower went, and that one really was something to behold. You could see steel beams flying towards people to the north of the World Trade Center. And the clouds and smoke that came from that explosion also extended well north, almost all the way to Chambers Street. We then were able to see people who were at the scene, rescue workers, police officers, firefighters, Con Ed, who were making it back north from the scene. They were all covered in debris, many of them who made it out alive, requiring immediate emergency attention. The ambulances have been stacked bumper to bumper along the West Side Highway as part of an emergency exit route. And in fact, as I speak to you now, I can see ambulance after ambulance heading north from Canal Street along the West Side Highway.
Andrew, let me just stay on the line with me. I just want to get across a couple of pieces of information. Residents of Battery Park City may find, if they wish to evacuate the area as the mayor has requested, that they can go south toward the ferry terminal. They are using boats to evacuate Battery Park City. So they should look into that possibility rather than having to walk north. They have brought in some boats to evacuate the area around Battery Park City. We have an advisory now from the Port Authority, Newark International Airport, which was closed to air traffic within minutes of the time that it became clear what had happened here. The 3 passenger terminals at Newark are now being evacuated outright. So they are doing that, and word in from the state capitol that they are putting together a voluntary evacuation of the state capitol building. At this point, they're not saying it's a mandatory evacuation, but in Albany, they are taking precautions as well, and there is this voluntary evacuation of the Capitol building in Albany.
And of course, all the federal buildings in Washington, D.C. have been evacuated. Subway service has been suspended in New York. Air travel has been suspended in the United States, and we want to add in Canada now as well as a precaution.
And they had initially, with some of the international flights en route to New York and Washington, D.C., they had diverted some of those planes to airports in Canada, thinking that that was an opportunity to get them on the ground safely. But clearly, as they suspend air traffic in Canada, the authorities there also want to make sure that there isn't some sort of threat there or threat that would be brought there by these international flights that were diverted.
Right. And of course, bridges and tunnels.
Yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention to you, we're now seeing several police vans that were probably right up as close to the buildings as you could get, heading north on the West Side Highway there, just covered with mounds of debris. We should also mention, and I'm sure you've already pointed this out to the viewers, how difficult it has been for people to use their cell phones, Nextels, and pagers. People, for the most part, trying to get a hold of family members who are either in the World Trade Center area or to get a hold of other loved ones to let them know that they're okay. It's been so difficult that 2 firefighters asked us if they could use our phone, and it didn't work at the time. It's been very, very difficult to get any communications out in the wake of what happened.
Andrew, I'm just trying to get a sense of the scale of the area covered by ash. What we saw as the second building came down, it seemed as though the entire southern tip of Manhattan was blanketed in a 10-story high billowing cloud of ash. And I wonder, you're at Canal Street, is that area covered with ash as well?
Well, initially it looked like it was contained within several blocks, but now with the breezes picking up, we can smell it and we can see some of the dust blowing on us right here. And we're at Canal Street, which is a good several blocks north. So it's interesting that you mention it right now. People are covering their mouths as they walk up the street, and it's very, very difficult to breathe because the wind is kicking up a lot of this ash soot and debris towards people as they walk away from the World Trade Center to the north.
Andrew, I've got a couple of pieces of information here that I have to get out. The Associated Press, speaking to an unnamed police official, says the number of Trade Center casualties unknown, but could be in the thousands. I know no more than that from the Associated Press, but That clearly an individual drawing the conclusion that many of us have feared as we've watched this unfold. A statement from Governor Pataki as well on the attack on the World Trade Center. I'll read the words from the governor's statement. Today's horrific incident at the World Trade Center, which appears to be part of a coordinated terrorist attack, is a tragedy of unspeakable proportions and a crime against all Americans and all decent people around the world. The governor goes on to say, I have been in contact with President Bush and Mayor Giuliani to ensure that the appropriate emergency response is as effective and well coordinated as possible. Finally, the governor says, as a precautionary measure, we have closed all non-emergency related state government offices in New York City.
And then a note, again, we mentioned this earlier several times, but it's worth repeating. The primary election, which was scheduled for today, has been postponed. The mayor told us on the telephone earlier they need the police resources and others to focus on the evacuation effort downtown. That makes good sense. So we don't have any information as of yet when that will be rescheduled, but it has been canceled or at least postponed for today. Also, when we spoke with the mayor earlier, he described what he called a horrific scene. He said he actually saw bodies coming out of the building, and he sounded quite distraught himself.
The mayor, who is usually unflappable, was at a couple of points at a loss for words, but just asking New Yorkers to remain calm and to clear out of that area of Lower Manhattan so that the fire and police crews can do their work. This is a live picture that you've been looking at from the Empire State Building down toward where the two towers of the World Trade Center once stood, and we have the videotape of that. To me, the most frightening moment of this entire thing was as those towers collapsed. It was about half an hour apart as the structures failed, but the explosions had occurred as the plane crashed. The fire was burning at the top of the towers, and they were moving equipment into the area, trying to move people out, and that's when we got a sense that there was another explosion up there, and then the towers were ripped apart in the explosion. And we have that videotape from earlier today as the twin towers, independently of one another, were brought down to the ground.
I
Do we have that
say,
tape?
that was the most devastating sight I have ever seen in my life. And just to think about how many people were in those buildings at the time, and how many people's lives were in jeopardy, and how many people's lives, no doubt, were lost.
I was told that we had that videotape. Do we still have the comments from Mayor Giuliani from earlier? Let's listen to those again.
I've never seen anything like this. I was there from shortly after it happened and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. It's a horrible, horrible situation. And all that I can tell them is that every resource that we have is attempting to rescue as many people as possible. And the end result is going to be some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet. But right now, we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
Mayor Giuliani speaking to us approximately an hour ago as he asked New Yorkers to remain calm and get out of that area in Lower Manhattan, not at that point because of any perceived immediate threat, but just to make room for the massive response of fire and police personnel.
One of the most disturbing parts of this from a news gathering perspective is the inability to quantify efforts and the extent of the disaster. I'm sorry, I'm hearing now that we have John Schumo in, I assume, Battery Park City still. John, are you there? John Schumo?
Pat and Sharon, we are now down live at Battery Park City where we've been since about 9:30. I want to show you what is left of the World Trade Center. You can see as we look up Battery Place here, ash covering absolutely everything. What once was the World Trade Center is obviously nothing at all at this point. I want to move over here if we can and show you what's been happening down here. Thousands of people who made their way down to this area then had nowhere to go. The subways, as we've been reporting, are not right now in operation. The Staten Island ferry, where people were flooding, people were hoping to get off the island that way. A lot of them came back and made their way this way. We're looking now west. Down here is where the New York Waterway had set up several ferries. They were running people to Jersey City. People were coming up to us asking questions. In fact, several emergency personnel at some points asked us for our cell phones because it's been very difficult, as you can imagine, to establish communication. I want to show you this ash behind me on this car. I don't want to touch it So I'm going to pick up a piece of debris off the floor here just to show you exactly how thick this ash is. And again, we are several blocks away. We are on the south side of Manhattan, the southernmost part. And as you can see, the ash here, it's everywhere. It's just absolutely everywhere. And people right now are trying to make their way off the south side of the island. We're going to work our way over here. Folks, if we could chat with you for a quick second. We're live right now on NY1 News. Can you tell us where you were and what you saw?
We were in that building. We actually woke up in the morning and heard this sound, and we noticed that we turned on the news and saw that there was a plane in one, and then both of these guys went up to the top of the roof and they filmed the second plane hit.
Video footage of the second plane coming around the Statue of Liberty, and he was lining himself up so he could head right into the building. And
this was deliberate as far as you could.
You could see. I'm going, oh my God, this guy is going to head right for the building, and he just dives right into the building. The plane just vaporized like nothing. All of a sudden, the plane was there. All of a sudden, you see a big explosion. The plane's gone.
And sir, what did you see?
I saw the same thing he did. I just saw right above me, like 50 feet, there was this blue plane, and it started going, and then it angled right in, and then like it was aiming towards it, and then it's going in.
Okay, we are being told right now for our own safety by the police department that we do need to stop this transmission. Apparently there is some sort of a gas leak, and it apparently is heading in our direction. So at the advice of the NYPD, we're going to sign off from here. Reporting live from Battery Park City, I'm John Schumo. Back to the newsroom.
Okay, John, thank you very much, and we hope that you are taken to safety in short order. Once again, just to tell parents who are trying to locate their children, and we do hope that many of them, most of them, have been able to get their children, the students, already, but those who were in the area in harm's way in PSIS 89 were taken to PS 41. And as well, those from PS 234 were taken to PS 41. The address for PS 41 is 116 West 11th Street. The students from PS 150 were taken to PS 3. The address for that is Christopher and Hudson Street. And also, we're getting word of some numbers now. From J.D. LaRock, 100 patients now at St. Vincent's Hospital. They said at St. Vincent's as well, they are encouraging people to donate blood, as they were, according to Rose Del Castillo, at Beekman downtown. And we would suggest, of course, that you don't want to go to those hospitals, to that area, but perhaps you might want to contact well, actually, we will try to find out for you and let you know where the best place to make donations is of blood. And I understand now that we have Kristen Shaughnessy. She is on the east side of the downtown area. Kristen?
Hi, Sharon, again. We are just outside of City Hall, and I have to tell you there's about 1 to 2 inches of ash that are covering the street here. It is a scene that is very difficult to describe the magnitude of. I'm sure you have some pictures there that you can see it, but I've heard descriptions like Beirut after the war, Pearl Harbor again, people just walking around kind of in stunned silence, not many people saying anything. I've seen dozens and dozens of fire trucks come through. They've been coming over the Brooklyn Bridge, and that is how they're getting them to that area. And also I've seen a number of ambulances leaving here with people. I've also seen city buses brought in. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. City buses have been brought in. They were empty. I'm not sure what the purpose was for that, but I see now there's another bus going by, and it's full of people, so they're obviously trying to get people out of this area. People are walking around. They have masks over their nose, over their mouth, and kind of the recovery effort. I did speak to a retired firefighter. He has been retired since 1997. He said he was coming out of the subway just by City Hall, and he was going to jury duty. When he heard the explosion, he looked up and he ran, and he got as far as to Trinity Place. He said buildings were collapsed, people were getting blown out of windows, and that then he also told me about police officers who were diving into where there were places that they couldn't get to rescue people that were trapped. He also talked about a number of deaths that he saw. He just, an incredible scene. He said, I have never, I mean, and that's what everyone's saying. You just can't even imagine the magnitude of this event.
Well, clearly it is without precedent. Kristen, you're describing the 1 to 2 inches of ash, and I've noticed that as we've been speaking with reporters throughout the morning that the depth of the ash keeps going up. First it was 1/4 of an inch, then 1/2 inch, and now you're saying 1 to 2. Can you describe it in any way? The consistency, the smell?
You know what? When it goes by you, it's just like dust particles, but they're fairly thick dust particles because you can see them skirting across the ground. But when they're in a pile, it just looks like, I don't want to say sawdust, but in that sense, but it's white. And that's what it's like. And, you know, in some parts there's debris and steel rods, and it's just an unbelievable sight because you had windows exploding, different things. And someone who is very close to to where the World Trade Center went down told me that there are a number. He said you wouldn't recognize that area, obviously, of downtown. He said it's not just the World Trade Center, but you know, the surrounding area right there.
Kristen, I'm sorry, I got to interrupt you there. At Logan Airport in Boston, where 2 of these hijacked airplanes originated, they're holding a news conference right now. We're going to listen into that news conference at Logan Airport in Boston.
Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate that the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting an analysis of our intelligence that we have. We'll make a determination later on this afternoon. Pardon me? I can just tell you briefly, we have shut down security checkpoints. We've moved everyone away from the boarding gate areas. We've increased police presence dramatically. We've requested additional state police be sent to the airport. And we've shut down some construction activities around the airport.
Is this the highest level of security ever, Joe?
I can't confirm or deny that right now.
Is there anything unusual about the boarding?
I don't have any reports that would say the same.
Are you investigating breaches of security? How are you getting to the bottom of this hijack?
I can tell you we have an ongoing investigation right now. Just an initial investigation being conducted with Massport, the Massachusetts State Police, and the FBI.
What do you know about United Airlines Flight 175, which is on a...
I don't have any, can't confirm or anything or deny anything on that. That's
Joe,
the flight.
got a number?
No, they have not.
Joe, did Flight 11 leave on time? Were there any delays? And was there any conversation between the pilot and the tower that seemed unusual?
Flight number 11 left at 7:59. I believe it was on time. And everything went as scheduled when it left Logan Airport. I don't have a passenger count right now.
Are you aware of any communications from the pilot?
No, I'm not.
Would his flight path to L.A. normally have taken it south towards New York?
I can't answer that. I don't have any information on that flight path.
When did the radar, when did the tower here detect that there was something wrong?
Yeah, and I don't have that specific information.
What time?
I don't know.
What time does United flight left?
I have no information on the United flight right
How
now.
unusual would it be?
Again, I'm not familiar with the particular flight patterns they may have filed.
Was it a non-stop flight to Los Angeles?
I believe it was.
At what time here were the flights stopped? At what time? When was the airport shut down?
We would shut the airport down to arriving flights somewhere around 9:15, and departing flights shortly after that.
What happened to the flights that were in the air?
They were diverted to other airports.
How long will the airport?
Again, we're going to assess all the measures that we've taken. We want to, obviously, the safety and security of anyone who works here at the airport, any of our passengers, is a top priority.
You have a lot of baggage that
That's a briefing at Logan Airport in Washington, where they are Logan Airport in Boston on the 2 planes that originated from Boston involved in these terrorist attacks, 2 of them striking the World Trade Center towers in New York, 1 striking the Pentagon, 1 crashing outside of Pittsburgh. We have an advisory in now that the United Nations building has been evacuated, another precautionary measure in the city that they have taken as they try to assess the severity of the ongoing terrorist threat. Immediately after it was clear what happened, there was a mobilization of city personnel and a number of areas cordoned off, sealed up, whether you're talking about the tunnels, the Lincoln and Holland tunnels, George Washington Bridge, the subway system, the PATH trains. There was an immediate reaction there to just try to prevent anything else from happening as they mobilized all of the emergency crews and moved them down toward the World Trade Center. The live picture you're looking at there is where the World Trade Center towers stood only a couple of hours ago. It was just before 9 o'clock when we received our first word that a plane had struck the World Trade Center towers. American Airlines is confirming that 2 of its planes were hijacked and involved in this. American says one of the planes was Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off from Boston this morning. It was headed to Los Angeles with 81 people on board, 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots. New York One's J.D. LaRocque is with us trying to get some assessment of the extent of injuries in that area around the World Trade Center. J.D.?
Yes, I'm standing across the street from St. Vincent's Hospital, and there is a very active scene. I am right now watching several ambulances coming in, as well as police vehicles. Some patients are being unloaded on stretchers with more serious injuries. There are also people who are coming in covered with soot, but apparently walking. Hospital personnel tell us that right now they have about 112 patients, and they have also sent 2 triage teams downtown to aid in the effort. The hospital spokesman tells us that by and large, people are coming in with broken bones, burns, injuries related to inhalation of smoke and soot, and says that many of the people are covered with soot, concrete, and other objects as a result of the blast. Now, Cardinal Edward Egan was also here to urge New Yorkers to give blood at this time. He says many of the Catholic hospitals throughout the city are now taking blood from New Yorkers. Those sites include in Manhattan, St. Clair's, here at St. Vincent's, also in the outer boroughs of St. Vincent's on Staten Island, St. John's and St. Joseph's in Queens, St. Mary's Hospital in Brooklyn, and also Mary Immaculate in Queens. I think that what I'm seeing here is just the beginning, obviously, of this effort. About 20 minutes ago, we saw a fleet of emergency vehicles head down 7th Avenue towards the World Trade Center site. They are starting to come back, and obviously this is going to be going on for a long time. I'm looking at perhaps 200 hospital workers standing outside the building ready to take care of patients as they come in. Pat?
J.D., do you have any sense that they have an understanding of what they're dealing with right now, or is there just too much going on and too many people moving in all directions?
It's a relatively calm site, except for the vehicles coming and going. A lot of the hospital staffers are just standing outside waiting for patients to come in. Now, I should say, during the time that I have been here, I have seen what I believe to be a corpse unloaded from the hospital. But as I say, many of the patients who are coming in here appear to be suffering from less serious injuries. They are being taken into the hospital as soon as possible.
J.D. LaRocque with us on the telephone describing some of the emergency response and the efforts to treat the people who have been hurt in this terrorist attack at the World Trade Center. Also want to let you know that the mayor is urging people to stay home, stay out of the streets, allow the equipment that has to move, and as part of that we should remind you that the primary, this was to be an election day, the primary has been canceled.
And that is obviously prudent for many reasons. They need the police personnel to get into the area downtown to see what they can do to help out, and that would just be a tremendous distraction, to say nothing of the fact that an enormous area of population downtown is immobilized and unable to get to any election polling places.
We are trying to establish as much information as we can about the extent of the injuries, the people who were hurt while they were trying to evacuate, the fire and police personnel who may have been in the path of that debris as the 2 towers of the World Trade Center crumbled. As we do that, we should tell you that we know that there are many of you who are tuning in for that information, and we're bringing it to you as quickly as possible, but it's a situation where many of the crews down there don't even know the magnitude of what they're dealing with.
Right. I mean, as we've said several times, the bunker, which was much discussed in months and years past, which was to be the epicenter of all response to such an event, if it were to happen, has been cordoned off and is completely unable to be used at this time. But I just want to interrupt for a moment to say we have Greg Kelly now at Beekman Downtown Hospital. Greg, what do you have there? Greg?
Greg Kelly, can you hear us? We'll try to reestablish contact with Greg. I don't want to trivialize what's happened by discussing financial concerns, but we should point out a couple of things regarding the stock market and money trading and so forth that will be of interest to people as well. The Federal Reserve has said that it is already taking steps to provide additional money to the nation's banking system as might be needed to deal with these terrorist attacks, and the New York Stock Exchange has been closed throughout the day. There is no stock trading as a result of this attack, which occurred about 45 minutes before the start of the trading day.
Well, the New York Stock Exchange was evacuated, in fact, before the start of the trading day. But I want to interrupt one more time. I understand we have reestablished contact with Greg Kelly at Beekman Downtown Hospital. Greg? Greg, can you hear me? Greg Kelly, can you hear me? Okay, we will try Greg Kelly one more time. Obviously, communication has been compromised significantly downtown. He most likely was using a cell phone, which has been...
And we've heard the reports that the cell phone service has not been working. John Schumo told us that some of the emergency personnel came up to him wondering if the cell phone provider that his phone was on was working any better than theirs, but they weren't having much success establishing contact either, though I should say here in Midtown, our communications links are working as per normal.
Thank heaven for that. I understand we have someone from the Red Cross on the line. Greg Ellman?
Yes.
Hello. I understand you must have your hands full today, and we are sorry for that. Can you tell us what you're facing and what you are doing about it?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
The Red Cross has been very busy, obviously, this morning since the early morning hours. We have been assessing the situation as best as possible. As you might imagine, it's fairly difficult. But we realize that our services are best utilized and needed in the area of crisis counseling, because we know that there are many survivors, there are many family members. There will be people generally who are shaken by this entire event, and as we are. And we have trained mediatrists who are in our area on the Upper West Side to come by our office if they are willing to help out in this operation.
So Mark, again, repeat for us the location of that office. Is that the one on Amsterdam and 66?
I'm sorry?
The location of that office, is that the one on Amsterdam and 66 that you're speaking of?
Yes, our office is 150 Amsterdam, which is between 66th and 67th Street. We're asking all Red Cross mental health crisis counselors to come here, and any other folks who are trained and New York State licensed or certified mental health professionals who are willing to help to come by.
Okay. I'm sorry, Pat.
I was going to ask about the blood supply.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. We've been hearing calls for people to make blood donations, and obviously we don't want people to go into the area of the World Trade Center to make those donations. Is it possible to make those donations at the Red Cross? Do you have some system set up for that as well?
Could you repeat the question? I can barely hear you.
I'm talking about blood donations. Do you have resources set up at this time to take blood donations?
I understand that the New York Blood Center is already looking for donations of blood, and it's underway, and I'm sure that word will be put out as soon as possible.
Okay, Mark Edelman is with the Red Cross, again asking for professionals who may be able to offer some assistance to make their way to the Red Cross offices at Amsterdam and 66. Mark, thank you for joining us, and please, if you get any more information about blood donations or other way that people can help, we'd appreciate it if you'd get back to us on that. Another update from the Associated Press from United Airlines says it is deeply concerned about a second flight, a Boeing 767 headed from Boston to Los Angeles. Nothing further than that, but United Airlines making a statement that would perhaps indicate that this is not entirely over. It was United Airlines 757 that crashed in rural Pennsylvania. That was a flight that took off from Newark Airport this morning, headed to San Francisco. It went down about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh near the Somerset County Airport. 911 dispatchers say the plane went down about 8 miles east of Jennerstown. That United Airlines 757 originating in Newark this morning, heading to San Francisco, one of 4 planes involved in this terrorist attack on the U.S. And as we hear in that update from United Airlines, there is a fear that there is a 5th plane involved, a Boeing 767.
So thus far we have 2 United Airlines planes in question and 2 American Airlines?
I have to admit that I'm a little perplexed by this latest update from the AP on the second flight and whether there are in fact 5 planes or 4 planes. But the direction of this update on the news wires right now is that there may be a 5th plane involved. So we'll try to pin that down.
It is certainly difficult to make sense of all of this, and the airlines have been slow in really acknowledging the extent of this. We spoke earlier about American Airlines saying that they had 2 planes lost when it appeared that at least one of those planes was quite found, sadly and tragically, in the World Trade Center.
The situation around the city insofar as transportation, whether you're talking about commuter rail, whether you're talking about airlines, whether you're talking about driving a vehicle, or whether you're talking about subways, the situation is such that we have not got a lot of traffic moving around the city, and we haven't had a chance to see what the streets of Manhattan are like elsewhere. But the mayor has asked that people try to at least stay out of the area of Lower Manhattan where the World Trade Center towers collapsed so that the emergency crews can be in there and do the work that they need to. We have American Airlines information available as well for people who had loved ones traveling on American Airlines who require more information. I need to stress that this is a number for people who believe that they had loved ones traveling on the plane. This is not a number if you're curious about this situation, but American Airlines has established this number at 1-800-245-0999. Recall that only 2 of the planes involved have been confirmed to be American Airlines planes, and we know at least one of the other planes was a United Airlines plane.
Right. Now, I understand we have finally established contact with Greg Kelly at Beekman Downtown Hospital. Greg, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm at Beekman Hospital. That's NYU Downtown Hospital, also known sometimes as Beekman Hospital. There are several hundred casualties here. The cafeteria has been converted into a triage unit. Right now, there are only 3 known dead. I can't tell you how they died. A lot of people, though, here are being treated for aggravated asthma symptoms. There is a heavy cloud of smoke and debris, as you know, down here, and it seems to be affecting young and old alike, but particularly the elderly. I saw several dozen women and men above the age of 60 being treated. Right now, there is a lot of commotion down here. Doctors scurrying through the hallway, and outside emergency vehicles are standing by. But with all that commotion, in a way, it still seems like the calm before the storm, because the hospital is bracing itself to receive hundreds, if not thousands, of more casualties. It truly is an unprecedented situation for this hospital. They mentioned 93. The hospital was very active. They had the same triage unit set up back then. But, of course, nothing like this. And I have to tell you right now, I have to go. I'm told I have to move my present location. This phone is needed for an emergency.
Okay, Greg, thank you. We'll check back with you later on.
With us here in the studio at New York One, Mark Asnan, a professional photographer who was in the area of the World Trade Center as the second tower exploded. Mark, you've clearly been sprinting away from this area, running around, a tremendously difficult morning. Tell us what you saw happen when you first arrived on the scene.
I arrived with my assistant. After the first tower had collapsed, we were about like a block or two blocks away, photographing the emergency service people, and as we looked up, the second tower exploded. Huge flames started going, and everyone just started screaming, "Run, run!" And we were running with the firemen north up on the West Side Highway. It was like a tornado was coming. You just heard the noise, and I went under one fire truck with a fireman, and he went under another one, and it was just dark. You couldn't breathe. It was just black and black. You just couldn't breathe. And then the fireman kept telling me, just cool, be cool. We're going to get out of this. We'll get out. We'll get out. Just stay with me. And then he helped drag me out. He's a hero. But we need, if Kevin Johnson, if you hear me, please call home or work. I couldn't, and if anyone in an emergency room sees this, I couldn't find my assistant. We couldn't find him. If you hear this, Kevin, please call work or home to tell us you're okay. If anyone in an emergency room, please. It's so important.
And if someone knows of Kevin's whereabouts, you'd be welcome to call us at NY1 here, and we can get the word through.
Have you had medical help? Because it sounds as though you're having trouble breathing.
We all had water. There was a great bare water truck on Chambers Street, but when I was getting oxygen, then they evacuated Stuyvesant High School as it was like a trauma center or like a place to go, but you had to run because all the cops, I think they thought there was going to explode because there's gas.
Right.
Gas is blood.
There have been many gas concerns, and so they've been evacuating people.
Right. It's just, there's nothing. It's bedlam. They're doing the best they can. They're all heroes.
Mark, you were there after the first tower collapsed?
Yeah, I just got there after, and it was, it was chaotic. But when the second one blew, the top blew, it was like night. You couldn't see on the other, you couldn't see. It was black.
What sort of distance were you at the time that
maybe
happened?
2.5 blocks away. The fire truck saved my life, and the fireman.
So the remarkable thing that I was talking about earlier was that 110 stories up there, and yet it managed to collapse on itself, which must have helped to save hundreds or thousands of lives in that the debris was confined rather than it tipping over.
I mean, I didn't know. I knew it exploded, but we just ran, and I just saw the fire truck, and we all went under.
No, you said that you went literally under the fire truck.
I was under those wheels. I mean, I was just like, when I heard the noise, it sounded like a tornado was coming, and eventually, like 10, 15 minutes later, when we got out, there was like metal debris everywhere. So.
Did you hear the debris crashing down around you?
You heard it coming. It whacked you in the back. It just kept coming and coming. And my assistant, I hope he was in the other fire truck. They were like big trucks. He went under the other one. I know he was under it. I saw him go under with firemen. All the firemen were going under trucks. There was nowhere else to go. I mean, there's a photographer from the Post who's cut up.
How much warning did you have? I mean, you're there trying to do your job, but as soon as you heard that explosion, you went for cover. Was it a matter of a couple of seconds?
Yeah, second. You ran as quickly as you. We were under the truck for maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It was getting dark. And then it hit. It just kept hitting our backs, and I got scared. I wanted to get out. I couldn't breathe, and the fireman kept telling me, "Don't move. Just hold on to me." And I stayed, but you couldn't. I didn't think I could breathe. The soot. It's all soot. It's
scary.
Oh, it's scary. There's nothing left. Everyone's moving north.
Did you see? I mean, this dust cloud is just starting to settle now. I don't know if we can get our live picture again, looking down toward the Empire State Building, from the Empire State Building down toward Lower Manhattan. But there's still that cloud of dust there. It looks to me like the fire is not burning, at least to the degree that it was. But there's still that dust there. Did you have any sense of what's left of that building? Is there anything left of it?
I don't think there's. What you hear, there's nothing left. I mean, you can't see, and after we're just running for our lives.
When you got out of the fire truck, first of all, what made you decide to leave the
No, because the fireman was going, and I was holding on. I wasn't going without him. I mean, he knows what to do. But all that stuff, like the tornado-like thing, like it just stopped hitting us. And then he got out, and when we got out, you still couldn't see, and I was screaming, "Kevin, Kevin," and They just kept telling me, he'll be okay, stop, because I was breathing. But, and then
they gave you this mask?
No, that was much later. And then we walked up to some guy I saw, he had some water. I asked him if he could share it. Everyone's been really good. And when we walked up, because he couldn't see him, I got him. I knew that Great Bear water truck had been on the corner of Chambers.
You can see the ash is just caked on your head.
It just didn't stop. It just kept coming, and it was, I mean, you know, a moonless night is not that dark.
When you got out from under the fire truck, after what you described as the tornado of, I'm assuming, the ash came out, what did you see then? Did you see pieces?
You saw nothing. It still was dark for another like 10 minutes.
I see.
It was black, and then when I got to Chambers Street, I tried to take, that's the only time I could eventually take a few pictures, and that must have been a good 10 minutes after. That's when the light finally broke. But otherwise, it was pitch. I mean, you were walking in the dark. You just couldn't. You were just trying to get through.
Could you hear people? Could you see anything? Could you see any emergency personnel?
Yeah, firemen just kept walking north with us. When that fireman got out, I was asking firemen if they saw my assistant Kevin, and then I stayed with this guy who he had a bottle, like a liter bottle of water. We were washing his eyes out. I could see. I never lost my sight. And then, you know, everyone just started going north, you know, I mean, and then, you know, like Chambers Street under the bridge by Stuyvesant High School was like a place everyone sort of recouped. And then I kept looking for him, asking photographers I know, and then I went into the Stuyvesant High School because someone told me that was like a center. Then the cops told me I had to go north. You know, my press credentials, but you go outside, no one stops you. I asked some other people I know, and
Mark, we have Governor Pataki on the telephone with us now, and I would like to get an update from him. Governor Pataki, thank you for joining us on this this horrible day. What can you tell us about the emergency operations and what New Yorkers should know at this point? Governor Pataki's not there? Okay, well...
We're waiting to establish contact with him.
Apologize for that. Let me just share a couple of other pieces of information while we do that, because it's continuing to come in. Con Edison advising that it has had a number of its pieces of equipment in Lower Manhattan damaged as a result of this, and so service is out between West Street and the Hudson River south of Chambers Street. Gas and steam service in the area has also been interrupted. Governor Pataki, are you with us now?
Yes, yes, I can barely hear you.
Governor, it's Pat Kiernan with Sharon Diesenhouse on the anchor desk at New York One. If you could, please, just update New Yorkers on the situation.
Well, obviously, it's a horrific situation downtown, but we're doing everything we can. I've spoken with the mayor and with the White House. We've activated our National Guard and our emergency police and fire and emergency services, and we're helping with everything we can and trying to make sure first that we do everything we can for the victims and the people whose lives are still at risk, helping with an orderly ability to get the people from downtown to wherever they're seeking to go, and making sure we take whatever other security steps we can to try to make sure that we're protected.
Governor, do you have any sense of
I'm
the
sorry,
number?
I can barely hear you.
I'll try to speak up, Governor. Do you have a sense of the number of people injured at this point?
The magnitude is just something that has us all really horrified, but we can't quantify it. All we can do at this point is try to do everything we can to help those at risk, help provide the services to those who have been injured, help try to get people from the area as orderly as possible. We're going to continue to do that. At this point, that has got to be the priority.
Do you have any sense, Governor Pataki, this is Sharon Diesenhouse, of whether or not the hospitals in the downtown area are anywhere close to equipped to handle the expected numbers?
Obviously, you can never predict something like this, the tragedy of this magnitude, but we're doing everything we can. The hospitals, the emergency services, everyone is pitching in, and we just have to, at this point, focus on providing that support, providing that emergency services, and doing the best we can for those whose lives are still at risk.
Governor, what can New Yorkers be doing? Is there anything that they can be doing to assist in this, whether it's blood donations, whether it's off-duty police officers making their way in? How can New Yorkers help?
Absolutely. The mayor has called for all the police and fire services in the city to be activated. We've activated our statewide support with police, fire, National Guard, and EMTs, and we're providing that. The most important thing people can do is stay calm, make sure their families are safe, get home in the most orderly fashion possible, and be prepared if called upon for things like donations of blood or volunteer assistance to help. But at this point, it's in the hands of the emergency professionals. We're going to continue to look for support as we go through this from the surrounding states as well. They've all offered support. We're going to do everything we can and come through it as well as possible.
Governor Pataki, also, can you give us a sense, you said that the National Guard has been called in. What is their role here, and how is that different from what the police are doing?
Well, I've talked with the mayor, and the mayor is concerned that the police and fire services obviously are under enormous strain. Nothing like this has happened before, and they're going to need help. So we're looking to have as many resources, whether it's National Guard, state police services, emergency fire services from the surrounding areas, come in to relieve and assist the New York City emergency services later on this afternoon. And we're confident that the coordination with the city and with the state resources is going as well as possible at this point.
How is the coordination?
Okay, I've got the mayor on the other line. I'm going to have to run off.
Okay. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. We've got Mark Asnan with us on the set at New York 1. Having made it back here after a harrowing morning, Mark was just within a couple of blocks of the World Trade Center tower, of one World Trade Center, the second of the towers to collapse as it went down. And he's been recounting that. Mark, from the time that the explosion occurred and you were under that fire truck, what sort of time elapsed before you were able to sort of get reoriented?
I don't know, 5 more minutes, 10 minutes. I mean, it was probably a lot less, but you couldn't breathe, you know. I just held on to the back of the fireman's, fire jacket.
So that you could, because you couldn't see? Just because you were...
You could not see.
Yeah.
I was scared, believe me. I was praying.
Mark, we won't make you...
Okay, just
one more
time. Kevin Johnson, if you hear this, please call New York 1, call home, call your wife, call work. And if anyone in an emergency room, anyone in New York sees this, please call New York 1 and tell us that you know where Kevin is, and we'll go help him. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mark, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we appreciate
Please
it.
get some medical care. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mark.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Let us update you on some of the other aspects of this story that we're following. We're trying to get an indication of injuries and get a sense of what's going on at hospitals around the city. Again, you're looking at the live picture of the area in Lower Manhattan where those two towers of the World Trade Center stood prior to this explosion that followed the terrorist attack this morning. New York 1's Cheryl Wills has been in that area and trying to assess the medical reaction to a situation like this.
You can see behind me the Lincoln Tunnel is shut down, as is every other tunnel, and thousands of people are making their way to the west side of Manhattan, trying to figure out how they're going to get home. Right now, this New York Waterways boat, which holds 300 to 500 people, is one of the few ways to get off the island.
I'm trying to go home to Jersey City.
Yeah, what you feel like right now?
It's crazy right now. It's just madness. Everyone's running. Everyone's trying to get home to their loved ones.
Thousands of people who were evacuated from their downtown office buildings made their way up the bike path along the West Side Highway.
I want to get home to my son. That's my main concern right now.
Many people who were working at the time of the explosion say they could hardly believe what happened.
We're on the 23rd floor of the World Financial Center.
And what happened then? What did you do?
Well, immediately we started, everyone came to the windows and everything. We didn't know what it was on. We thought, it could have been bomb, whatever. And then shortly thereafter, the second explosion happened, and that's when we decided to all evacuate and leave. And they Hopefully, everyone was advised to start heading either north or to New Jersey, and hopefully as many people took that advice as possible.
We were looking at the building. We were talking about it. We were saying, we thought it was an accident at the beginning. We thought somebody hit by an accident. But then when we saw the other one hit, it was like, wow, it was amazing. I couldn't even explain to you how it felt, because my hair just got stand up.
Thousands of people are also stuck at tunnel crossings.
Yeah, we're stuck. We're going into Jersey right now, waiting for the tunnel to open.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Change the face of the city. Did you look? It's real bad.
I'm a grown man, 67 years old, and I'm about to cry. This is terrible. I've been joking here, just have a little, get my mind off it. I'm going to retire 32 years, and this is terrible. Something has to be done real fast.
No word yet on when any of the bridges or tunnels will open. But right now, all anyone can do is stay put and listen to emergency personnel. Let's go back to the studio.
Okay, now we also just want to remind New Yorkers once again that the primary elections were canceled for today. They obviously will need to redirect the police resources, which would have occurred in all the polling places, to say nothing of the fact that a good portion of Lower Manhattan has no access to polling places.
I was speaking earlier about the uncertainty in the statements from United Airlines and trying to assess whether we got 4 or 5 planes involved, because there was a statement from United that led me to believe that there was a 5th plane involved in this. The 5, of course, 2 in New York, 1 striking the Pentagon and 1 crashing near Pittsburgh. United at this point is confirming only that a 2nd plane went down near Pittsburgh, a Boeing 757, and that's the one that took off from Newark, New Jersey, heading to San Francisco. This is a live picture, I'm sorry, this is the picture that we watched earlier as it happened live of one of those 2 towers at the World Trade Center collapsing. And this happened after that fire burned atop the World Trade Center, fueled by the jet fuel from that plane that crashed into it. And it was just too much for the structure of the World Trade Center to withstand.
One wonders how much of that structural damage may have been initially, the wheels, so to speak, may have been greased in the 1993 explosion, because that was at the base of the World Trade Center. If you saw when the planes first hit the World Trade Center, it seemed as though only really the top 5th of the building, in both cases, was affected. And then in maybe an hour, I can't remember the exact time later, the domino effect going all the way down the building.
And it really did, though, originate at the top of the building, that series of explosions that eventually brought the building down. Another live picture now in Lower Manhattan, and I'm trying to get my bearings on exactly what our vantage point is here. But as the dust settles, this is the area where there used to be the World Trade Center towers, and the World Financial Center nearby there, the New York Stock Exchange is not far away, and now there is this massive field of debris and this emergency evacuation operation going on down there. When we spoke to Governor Pataki a moment ago, he just didn't have a lot of words to quantify the magnitude of this, but stressed that they were moving as many personnel into the area as possible, people who had been off duty. In fact, we got a request from the police department to ask that all auxiliary police officers from Manhattan North meet at the 24th precinct, and you'll be given instructions there. If you're an auxiliary cop, the Manhattan North area, meet at the 24th precinct, and you'll be advised there how you can help.
And then, of course, we spoke with someone from the Red Cross who said that the Red Cross is asking that all available New York City area certified mental health professionals should, if possible, make their way to the Red Cross, because one of their major efforts is going to be the mental health counseling, which is going to be needed by many people, not just those injured, but also the families of those injured, and even the families of those who were not injured, but who were traumatized by the worry about whether or not they were, in fact.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're trying to keep track of at least 4 different locations here where this breaking news story is developing. The first indication of it at the World Trade Center, at One World Trade Center, the tower that was the North Tower, the tower closest to the Hudson River, that happened 8:45 or 8:50 this morning when an aircraft struck that tower. As we were looking at that, we saw the plane strike the second tower, and that second World Trade Center tower was struck. Just a short time after that, word came in that a plane had crashed into the Pentagon, and then by my estimate, about half an hour later, we received word that a plane had gone down in the area near Pittsburgh. And those are the 4 planes that we're trying to keep track of because of that.
2, it appears, from United Airlines and 2 from American Airlines, which, if in fact this is a terrorist act, those can be considered certainly 2 of the largest American-based airlines.
They are the number 1 and number 2 airlines in the U.S., and all airlines across the country have suspended their service at the request of the FAA. Planes are grounded throughout the U.S. and they've grounded planes in Canada as well, though Canadian airports were used initially as a safe harbor for some of the New York and Washington bound flights to find a safe place to land as the officials were trying to get a sense of what they were dealing with.
Okay, now, just we've gotten the local perspective. Let's go now to Gary Anthony Ramsey, who is in our newsroom, with a look at the overall national situation. Gary?
Well, you know, at least one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center originated from Boston. Now officials there at Logan Airport are saying the airport is working with the FAA at this time to determine exactly what happened.
Flight number 11 left at 7:59. I believe it was on time. And everything went as scheduled when it left Logan Airport. I don't have a passenger count right now.
Now, one of the planes that's been tracked, that is reported to have been hijacked, crashed in the Pentagon. It's undetermined at this point what kind of a plane actually crashed there and where that plane is from. At least we know that there are 4 planes that have been reported by their airlines missing. 2 from American Airlines, 2 from United Airlines. 1 United flight has been tracked to a plane crash in western Pennsylvania. That's a United 747. That is the plane that left Newark Airport and was on its way to San Francisco. 2 American Airlines flights, American Flight 11 out of Boston headed to Los Angeles, carrying 81 people, is one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center. The other is American Airlines Flight 77. That was a 757 that was leaving Washington's Dulles Airport headed to Los Angeles. Now, as you can imagine, across the country, there is an increased sense of panic. If the word terrorism is to invoke terror, that is certainly taking place all across the country. All U.S. government buildings in the Washington area and in the New York area have been evacuated. In Virginia, the home of the world's largest naval base, that's been placed on the highest security. All airports across the country have been shut down, and international flights that were on their way here to New York have been diverted to Canada. Now, President Bush so far is saying that this is what he called an apparent terrorist attack, and he said that that the United States wouldn't spare any resources to find people, the people who were responsible for this. This is when he was in Sarasota, Florida. He has since been put on a plane. We have not been able, or at least I haven't been able to determine whether or not he is back down on the ground yet, or is he remaining in Air Force One. Many high-level officials in the D.C. area have been evacuated because of what's going on. There were early reports that there were 8 hijacked planes and that the United States Air Force was tracking at least one of the 4 that people couldn't find. There haven't been any updates as to the status of those planes. Today is September 11th. Now, it is the anniversary of the Camp David Accord. There's some speculation that it may be tied to that. It's also, of course, Primary Day here in New York. That, of course, has been canceled. This is a story that is stretching all across the country. Major airports closed. People making phone calls. The phone systems, at least in the New York area, are log jammed. We were trying to get information earlier on the internet, and just about all of the news sites and information sites are putting up slates that are basically saying that traffic is just too busy for anybody to get through at this time. And as we mentioned, all federal buildings in the D.C. area, including the White House, have been evacuated. Federal employees in the D.C. area are being told to go home since, as we mentioned, that several other planes were reported to still be missing or hijacked, and those U.S. fighters were possibly tracking those. Now, we, of course, will be keeping all information, any information that we get from national sources, will of course be tracking that all day, and we'll of course bring you the very latest. Gary Anthony Ramsey in Studio B, back to you in the newsroom.
Okay, Gary, thank you for that. And as Gary continues to follow the developments nationally, we'll try to put things into perspective for you here in New York.
Let's start with a timeline of this morning's terrorist activities on New York City. Shortly before 9 a.m., a plane crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Shortly after 9 a.m., a second plane crashed into the second tower of the World Trade Center. About an hour after